Okay, welcome everyone and good morning. I hope you've been able to wash out the coal smell from you. I realized when I woke up this morning that, oh, my pillow smelled quite a lot. So, yeah, well, maybe you will bring it home with you, the feeling of Övergata. Welcome to the second day of FLIARA, this final day, and also the final day of the fourth, of all of the co-ops of FLIARA, which is quite a milestone for our project. Today we will hear more about the historical rural life in Småland that perhaps once sparked a wave of innovation. We will also hear about women moving to the countryside, becoming entrepreneurs in fiction and perhaps also in reality, and about the phenomena of latte dance that is a product of historical decisions. As such, we will move back and forth through history, exploring innovation, entrepreneurship, female empowerment, and equality. And at a time when universities in many parts of the world face increasing restrictions on exploring or engaging with topics such as diversity, gender, equity, and inclusion, the stories of our FLIARA ambassadors become even more acute. They remind us of the importance of protecting and promoting knowledge that reflects the full spectrum of human experience. The FLIARA project and Linnaeus University proudly support these women's achievements and continues to advocate for efforts to build a dynamic and sustainable rural future in Sweden and Europe. And during this final day of FLIARA, the FLIARA co-op, not the final day of FLIARA, you have the opportunity to celebrate the achievement and stand up for justice and advocate for a better world. So back to you, Kerstin.
Thank you. Some nice new facts. We will have a coffee break at 12 o'clock. Lunch, 12:15. 2 different workshops in the afternoon and the second feed at 3:30. And by 5 p.m. we will finally leave this room for a closing reception in the last. I'll give you all the details later. You'll find the restrooms straight across the gallery into the corridor and on the left-hand side. And emergency exit down. Now, I'd like to introduce to you Vice Chancellor of Linnaeus University, a historian with a special focus on local and regional history and the use of the past and culture at large. Today he will talk of trust and distrust, perspectives on entrepreneurship in the Småland landscape. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you so much. It seems like you have had a very interesting day yesterday. I'd like to participate there. I love traveling around, get inspiration from all places, but also from Småland. And I think it's amazing to see that in a landscape where I was brought up, you can still explore so much more, and you can do so much more. And when you expand that to Europe, even more energy can be released. So you're welcome to Linnaeus and to Småland, but also to Uniwell. I'm not sure if you have introduced that, because we are part of these university alliances in Europe. There are 64 of them. I think they are very important relating to the address from Annie here on standing up for academic values, for freedom, for these human rights. When they are threatened, democracy threatened so vastly around the world, and to show that we know that there is power in knowledge and in human rights that can be transformed also to a democratic society and to economic welfare. So I've been traveling for 10. I started in Paris on Monday with Macron and Ursula von der Leyen, launching the Choose Europe program, which I thought was an amazing standing up, like you are asked to do by Annie, for the values of the European community for a better world. So I'm a historian, as was said here by Kerstin, working with local and regional history, and also analyzing how the past is being used, what consequences that has. So it's not only about knowing your past, but it's also about using it to free new ideas and to open up spaces that were not known before. And it's only when you sort of put them out in the light, it becomes possible to work more decisively with that experience. You have much more experiences in your bodies and in your lives than you are actually aware of. But by becoming aware of them, and I think this project is a useful example of that. Because making history and moving it up in the light and making it explicit makes it available. It puts legitimacy to those practices that are mapped by history, and that goes for gender, of course, where female histories have been much less acknowledged for a very long time. It makes sense for groups, for companies, for countries. So by bringing things up, it opens up for collaboration and for valorization. And that is what I also see when I think that the university is a place for knowledge, of course, but it is also a place for cooperation. And you're really an example for that. It's not only about academic cooperation, it's also about being there in the middle of society and using the vision of Linnaeus, which is to put knowledge in motion for a sustainable development. It's a well-known fact, as I said, that women's work in life has been less visible than that of men in most line of work, but also in the academy. This is true also about the countryside, history of the countryside, where of course, obviously, most of the economic activities that were connected to farmland, and it was associated maybe with the men who stand as the head of the household. But we have a lot of knowledge now that shows that the household was really, and is in many places still, a joint company where everyone is needed and they complement each other. So I think we know more about that, and also that in fact the freedom to work in all fields of trade on the countryside was actually higher for women, because it was unmanly to do lots of things in the farm, but women had to go in and take these responsibilities when men were away for trade or for warfare, which was the case for a very long time. So then they sort of, by necessity, women were more knowledgeable in all fields that were needed to do the work. So demonstrating this, I think, has long been a call for a more diverse and diverse history and for justice. But I think also understanding the multidimensionality of these actions is a good way to release more ideas of how you could work and what you could do. I know you know a lot about this, and I will put up a few examples from my own experience, both as a researcher but also personally, to demonstrate what I just said about the power of history. One example is that when I started at the university, have anyone talked about Huseby, south of Sweden here? It's an estate, it's an iron foundry, founded in the 17th century. And when I started, I was 20 years ago, having my courses in local history. It was well known because it was an iron foundry, made weapons, cannons. And that was a sort of major interest because we were interested in Sweden as the great power nation in the 17th century. And then the same place has taken on new interest from the academy. So the academy has successively shown new interest. one first large project was about the appropriation of these foundry by an English engineer in the 1860s. He acquired his fortune in India and through his whole family. So we were part of the colonial and imperial setting, bringing home or making it possible for them to buy an estate in Sweden exactly at the same time when families were emigrating from Sweden in the 1860s, because we were too poor and struck by misfortunes in the country. And later on, this has developed and shown also how the family networks, how the women were playing a decisive role in the making of these sort of major industrial facility in Sweden. And when that went down, it was inherited by 3 daughters, and these daughters eventually donated the foundry to the Swedish state, and it's now run as a major tourist attraction in Sweden by a female CEO. And none of this has really been clarified, you know, this sort of dramatic version through the history and the roles of women and men and the interplay and how that's been made. So that's how I think that by adding layers by layers, it's not to say that anything was wrong by studying the canon and the great iron foundry in the 17th century, but by adding these histories, it becomes much richer and more inspiring, I think. So and that's the point I have. It's not only to understand what's actually happened, but it is to make it visible, to make it an inspiring source of possibilities. I move now to a short, I think, illuminating story from my own life. I was brought up very close to Växjo, in a small railway municipality called Jämla. My family, my grandfather started a toy factory, wooden toy factory, called Växjo. Some of the Swedish participants might know about it. It's not a very big company. It's now 40 or 50 people working there. When I grew up, there was a story in the family which we were very proud of. How my grandfather, he was very poor, really 2 empty hands. He got an idea. He was partying at the pub, met an artist who drove a small prototype of a sort of Mickey Mouse figure, and he took that prototype, took that picture, sketch, made a prototype, and went to Gothenburg and showed it to a wholesaler who looked at it and said, well, maybe we should take 20,000 for Christmas. There was nothing, no apparatus, no sort of industrial backup, no capital, except the network, the trust, the relatives that were called upon, and they did deliver. Not 20,000, but when we came home, there was a telegram, and he thought they regretted it, but it was 40,000. So that's a fantastic story, and it's utilized a lot by the company. But this is not the full truth. But around him, there were very powerful and, in fact, more judgmental women. And one was his sister, who really, in one way, brought me up. There was a kitchen which was always open to come and visit, not only for me, but for the sort of all our relatives that worked at this company. And in family, there's been a sister who has always been fighting for the women side of the family history. And so she has always pointed to the fact that Göta, who was her name, she was really sort of inventive. She had the first raw food restaurant in Jönköping in the 1930s. And now she borrowed money to this, you know, hopeless man who always sort of drank up all the money when he could. And made him go to Gothenburg. And when he started to hesitate, she pushed him really to go there. And I'm sure if I had time to look more into the economics of this startup, I'm sure that she was the one who had the capital to make it happen in the beginning. And after that, that was always the hub. The kitchen was the hub. We had coffee there with the older, with the children, at least 2 times a day. So her house was here, and the factory started to grow here, you know, and they built it alongside. So I think that by adding this story, and now the company wants to be in pace with its time, so now it's incorporated in this in the sort of company history and into the family history. So I think that more of these stories will help to understand both what actually happened, but also to give credit to more parts in that growing, well, the fact that the factory grows and it's still there, it's still around. Another thing that I would like to mention is that it's like with the university, you think that the university is a couple of buildings in campus. It's not. It's a lot of people who are engaged, and they are in many places. They might come from Europe, and so you are the university wherever you are, and our students are everywhere. And the same is actually true for many of the factories in the 1950s and 60s. So there were an equal amount. There were both women and female workers, but most of the women worked at home. So they took out these parts of the process that could be made at home, and they brought it home. It could be assembling small things, because that suited the sort of the more traditional role of women being at home, being able to cook for the lunch, and the male workers could go home and they could serve the lunch, and then they could continue with the homework. So if there were 50 people in the factory, maybe 40 of them were men, there were also 50 women who were worked in their sort of enterprise, but not at the factory. So that I think also is revealing to see how, how you cannot understand fully how an enterprise works if you don't uncover these connections. And another story that I got caught of recently, so it becomes very anecdotal, and I think that's also is actually necessary. I mean, maybe, hopefully, you can find in the research more systematic, but I think it's often anecdotal because it's outside the formal authority or a formal protocol. One is also female cooks. In the countryside, there's traditionally been that trade. Very knowledgeable, powerful female cooks who were not just cooks. I was trying to find the right translation, and I couldn't, because they have a catering facility. So a typical job. I talked to an old man, and he told me about his mother, that she had books at home where she had made 3,000 large parties, and typically she came on a Monday, and then the slaughter, the corpse were hanging, maybe 2 a pig and a lamb, and then she started to work, cut them down, and then she called upon. She had a network of 30 other women that she decided when to call them in to do what, and then on Saturday or Sunday, there was a funeral or a wedding or whatever. So it's a major component in sort of social life that I haven't seen, at least, a dissertation about that yet. And I think that's also inspiring to see how decisive this input has been for the Småland countryside. Lastly, I would point out something that I think connects more to the question of trust and distrust in Småland. And that is, we will have a conference tomorrow also, which is about entrepreneurship and inventiveness in Småland. And there is an interesting difference within Småland in the Swedish understanding. I'm not sure if you have received that one. There is a clear picture coming from literature mainly. So it's Astrid Lindgren and it's Vilhelm Moberg, and that picture is very much located in the countryside, and it's an old-fashioned story. And a modern one is that we are indigenous, we are thriving, a little bit mean, because we are poor. But nevertheless, that is smaller. But there is a major difference between North and Southern Småland. The nature is very similar, and the natural resources are very similar. But there are cultural differences which are decisive. In Northern Småland, it's much more evangelic. So even if it's not always, it is quite often Christian, but even if it's not, there is a firm belief that we can do better together. In my country, down here, it's more like Vilhelm Moberg. Can't really trust others to help you. You know, you have to do it yourself. You have to prepare. You can, of course, cooperate with your neighbors, and you need to trust them. But large-scale cooperation, that's a dangerous thing. So that's why in Jönköping, they send missionaries to southern Småland. And they call it the Kronoberg Mission. And the missionary, they called back to the head office in Jönköping and said, we rather you send us to the dark Africa. It's easier to work there than in this part. And I think this is so interesting because there are so many diversities in the landscape. I talked about the iron foundry, the railway town, and the countryside. It's so different. And then you have the residential cities, which are completely different again. So you have to try to understand how you can work in these different settings and what are the resources, the formal or informal resources that you can deal with. And this has consequences. The part of the Swedish population in Småland has declined. It's maybe half now, as it were in the 19th century, lots of emigration, but it's declined more rapidly in southern Småland than in northern Småland. So the kind of cooperative and evangelic trust in others has been much more successful in the industrial era. Now I have a little hope that Linnaeus can be a place to combine these, more trust, but also a great believing that you have to do it yourself. And with modern technology and with modern way of communicate, I think you can combine these two to make much more of both the natural and social and cultural resources that are available in each region. I think you can sort of map this on other regions in Europe. I think you can find some similarities with that, what I've been trying to expose here. And I'm very grateful that you have this project to knit Europe together, but also to localize knowledge and try to make a difference in the place where you are have your activities. So thank you very much for listening, and I really hope that you will have an interesting day also today.
Thank you, Hilda. I forgot my most important part today. Yeah. You better mute.
I will.
Now we have to hear some more interesting research results from the FLIARA project. And to present it for us is Ashley Murtha and Gary Verschurstuk. Welcome.
say we know that there's some kind of thing with the sound, so the technician is coming. And we are aware of it. So. Is this?
Yes, maybe.
No.
In a second. Good morning, everyone. So delighted to be here this morning to talk to you about some of the ongoing work that we're doing leading within the Galway team. And we're very much in the midst of this. So some ideas here about work in progress, and we're going to focus in one of our workshops later on benchmarking. So we're gathering live information and great insights from the communities of practice for this work as well. So just to start, at the moment we are kind of working on building a benchmarking framework to understand kind of the state of play in terms of how policy supports women-led innovation in farming and rural areas. And when we think about benchmarking, it's a term that can be quite widely used, but we wanted to kind of reflect for a moment on what it means in FLIARA. So we're very much thinking about this as particular criteria, standards or reference points that we can measure progress. And when we talk about policy, when you boil down to what this actually means, what is very important is the policy measures. So in terms of the criteria that we're trying to count, we're trying to decipher what are the key policy measures that really should be in place to support women-led innovation. And when we talk about benchmarking as well, we kind of need to see it in the context of a range of other kinds of policy assessment methods. So what it is kind of a high-level overview, and it does not give the depth of assessment that other types of methods such as gender impact assessment, gender planning, gender proofing can do. So it is a method that needs to work alongside other kinds of methods of policy analysis. So why benchmark? And as Maura referenced yesterday, we have to this point in FLIARA been comparing and looking at the policy context and trying to learn from these results. And this kind of has given us some high-level results that Maura would have referred to, for example, around the CAP and this Objective 8 and how it refers to gender equality and women's position in farming in rural areas. And we see some better performing countries there, such as Spain and Ireland, that Maura would have referred to. But when we kind of question that, we can only measure that this exists. And this is why we need other methods alongside benchmarking. And the process so far has very much allowed us to identify some very good practices. And another part of FLIARA is to develop a good practice guide. So I guess this has given us, it's been a fruitful exercise that gives us information that feeds into other work that we're doing. And what we would argue as well, it's potentially part of the missing methods to support this grand ambition of mainstreaming gender through all policies, from the design to the implementation process. That it's potentially a method that can be a quicker level of analysis, but the quality of the assessment very much depends on how the framework is designed, which is why we in FLIARA are spending quite a bit of time trying to design and understand what that framework should look like. And again, just for a moment to kind of reflect on what we've done and where we're going from here. So we have 2 reports so far that have a benchmarking goal within them. We have assessed policies and developed initial guidelines. And we've drawn together all of kind of the different aspects of FLIARA from our existing understanding of knowledge, from the existing policies, and also from the case studies that we talked about yesterday, trying to understand what are the gaps in policies, what are the policies that have been really helpful to support women, and to bring that into the criteria that we're trying to distill. And of course, the community of practice is central here as well, and the workshops that we hold. So we're kind of at the moment moving towards the kind of final and third step, where our final gender benchmarking report and guidelines will be emerging towards the end of the year. And again, when we talk about benchmarking, it's something that is applied and has been more commonly applied in the business context in terms of the companies. So to kind of make this real for a moment, this kind of provides a nice example from the World Benchmarking Alliance and how they would benchmark gender in companies. So we can see here it's quite a layered kind of process. So you have kind of key themes at the top, and that filter down into particular aspects that you want to measure and particular indicators. So this is where we're trying to get in terms of FLIARA, if you want to think of a structure. And you can take this potentially in parts. So if you're particularly interested in, say, the area of representation, you can look at particular sectors within a benchmarking framework. And that can be particularly helpful because context, I guess, is key in terms of how these types of analysis methods can be applied. Because different places, there's different policy frameworks, and potentially we need more flexible frameworks to benchmark. So where are we in terms of FLIARA and the framework of priorities that we see ourselves benchmarking within? And I guess kind of two key points here is that we very much see innovation and entrepreneurship and supporting entrepreneurship as key to what we should be benchmarking. But as I think all the discussions yesterday, particularly the panel, very much highlighted that it's the social and wider cultural conditions that are also key to this supporting framework and how policy can influence that. And so it's we need to kind of a dynamic framework that cuts across different policy domains. And also within FLIARA, we've had a focus on sustainability and this idea of women as a potentially unutilized resource in farm economy and rural kind of renewal more broadly. And measuring this and how this is supported is a more tricky kind of question. And also kind of this idea of the policy support system itself. As I've mentioned, there's good practices that we have identified already. There is kind of a strong support system there, but it has its challenges as well. So what kind of things do we need to measure to see what are the kind of key best performers in terms of how policy is implemented? And so later today, in one of our workshops, we'll be digging into some of these particular themes that we've identified from our previous reports, and how we might actually measure these particular sub-themes within the categories. And we are also kind of playing with some indicators at the moment. One of our reports, I think we have potentially, I haven't counted them, but I think potentially up to kind of 200 things, particular policy measures that we could include in a benchmarking framework. But potentially if you have some, you won't have others. So for example, if we have specific dedicated grant schemes for supporting women-led innovation, you potentially will not have higher grant rates in wider entrepreneurship support schemes. But we're trying to understand as well in terms of the themes and the sub-themes that we measure, what is realistic in terms of what we need to ask policymakers that are the key criteria and top standards that need to be put in place. So to finish, benchmarking is tricky and we're kind of thinking a lot about it and how we might design a framework that can work really well, be very comprehensive, reflective of all of our findings. And the scale, this type of framework could apply on a local level, national to EU level. So what we're trying to do is develop a flexible framework that we can take bits of it and shape it in different ways, that you take some of the themes in some countries, some of the indicators. So context is key as well, and the perspective. So the benchmarking in terms of maybe the agricultural policy domain is quite different to the wider entrepreneurship and innovation policy. And for us as well, we're kind of asking ourselves, is there an even bigger challenge here? FLIARA is a project that has a lifespan. And this goal of gender mainstreaming is obviously something that is a policy objective of the EU that they want to see countries implement more strongly, and is benchmarking a potential tool that could help gender mainstreaming to be implemented more effectively. But how do we do that? There's an argument out there that at the policymaker level, that there isn't this kind of capacity. We don't have these frameworks. We don't have the capacity, not the frameworks, but to update them and keep them in line with the changing policy needs. So benchmarking is something that FLIARA is working on. We're very conscious it's very complex, but there's, I guess, a wider kind of issue at stake here is after FLIARA and in the wider policy context, how this type of method can be applied to better support the policy arena. So thank you very much.
Okay, the presentation is set, but I want you to envision a future where equal rights and opportunities, we have equal rights and opportunities for women and men in agriculture and rural enterprises.
Can I find it?
I can find it. I can. Does it show now?
Thanks.
Okay.
I thought that in the meanwhile, while I was starting, that is the presentation would pop up, and I will start now. Thank you. Well, thank you for letting us present something of the work package 5, which is partly from Ireland, also a part which we're doing at TU Delft, and Willem Kortos-Altes and Vinay Kang are also part of this, the outcomes of this presentation. Well, envision yourself a future with rights and opportunities for men and women equally in agriculture enterprises, where we have equal payments and access to education, and that we have equal choices to make a sustainable world. If we want that, this is the moment to act. We have to act now. Because we've learned so much. This is the 4th community of practice. There are a lot of other reports have been shown. And now we have to work on the policy briefs. We have to bring it to the future. And we're going to do that because we have to make an effective policy and governance framework. We have to convince not only ourselves, we have to go to the EU, we have to think about national policy advisors and local governors. And we have to make sure that they understand the importance of this research. So we have to think about overarching programs like LEADER and AGIS, but we also have to think about our own communities. And we have to work together. And I hope it's more in trust than in distrust. And it's not only the TU Delft, but it's the entire consortium. So this is also the way today, it's also a way that you can act very directly. For consortium members to bring in policy briefs. And for innovators and entrepreneurs, we have workshops where you can state your ideas. So this is the last moment, we will seize the moment and make sure that we have the best policy briefs we have to make sure that Europe understands why it's important. Especially in this time when the Americas show a different time. In my lecture, we're not going to tell so much about benchmarking, which is a part, but we talk much more about the women we have been analyzing. We have beautiful trends and foresights outcomes. We have case studies with 200 female entrepreneurs and innovators. We have beautiful descriptions on the internet. We have community of practices, and we have meetings with the 20 ambassadors. We have learned so much. And next week, we also did a policy practice workshop in every community of practice. And why did we do that workshop? Well, we did a workshop because we learned a lot about reading, but we want to know the problems and the hurdles, the solutions and the bureaucracy. And we have to explore, and we want to explore the lessons we've learned in our 4 regional settings. And by doing so, we try to make all the things we've learned a bit more to the point, a bit more end user friendly. And that's the reason why we're doing the workshops, and we try to find what we've learned. We don't do that as some sort of start. We also found out a lot of other things in work package too. And I used the slide of the conclusion of that work package. And for me, a lot of words, but social and soft measurements is an important one, and the traditional hard and administrative and economic ideas. These 2 parts we can see in all the policy workshops popping up. There was also work package 3. This is their conclusion. And when you read the main outcomes, you see again a lot of things which we are going to see in the outcomes of the policy workshop we have been doing, like financial resources, access to land, training, education, infrastructure, and gender issues. So these are the framework we have been working on. And in our workshop, we try to make it more specific. And for me, this slide was also very much important because it talks about network opportunities. And when you think about women, talking all the time, are very good in social interaction, but what is that network really means? What can we do with that? Well, because we are in policy advice, we try to make sure that our new policy advice is a bit to the point. So therefore, we introduced the 4 themes connected to the title of our the whole project, FLIARA, female-led innovations in agriculture and rural areas. And we try to summarize all of the outcomes. You're seeing here, and I'm not going to explain them all, but the most important ones are on top. So improvement of land ownership is a topic which came up all the time. It's about farm and enterprise. It's about availability of land, inheritance, and communities. We had a lot of talks about financial relief. Financial relief for startups, for example, or sell your knowledge, or equal payment. And that pops up along a lot of the time. And remove the financial hurdles. Funding, we heard it yesterday. It's difficult, and it's something we researched and I think entrepreneurs have in common. If you want to have funds, you have to ask and fill in a lot of paperwork, and you're not guaranteed to have it. And that makes it very difficult, and it's time consuming. So you need to do something about it as well. And you have to improve conditions. And that's something you see that we are going to move away something from the real essential things about entrepreneurship and innovation. We're heading towards the more aspects which are in the surroundings, in the indirect versions. So it's about digital connections, water management, climate adaptation, schooling for children, and so on. This was all about rural enterprises, rural changes in the landscape. So we're moving towards, what did they say about innovations? Well, stimulate women to take a leading position was a thing that popped up a lot, or set mandatory quotas. That's really very important. How do we make sure that the representation is organized very clearly? But despite all the very important issues on what we need to change in finance and land ownership, the most things popping up, which were discussed all the times, were really about personal development, empowerment, and how to do so. And that's what I'm going to, therefore I have a little bit more time for this. personal development, self-awareness of women entrepreneurs to overcome all these patriarchal thoughts. We have to change. And of course, FLIARA is a very good starting point because we show good role models, good practices of leadership. And we need to do that more often. We have to make sure that we tell our youngsters to do so. And I think I'm saying again what we heard yesterday, so I'm not saying anything new. And again, here, so it's also important to discuss family relationship about land owning, inheritance, and divorce. And that's important to make sure that you do it prior to the moment when you're getting there. Another part was really about the learning or the training. It's about education. Female education was a topic which was discussed a lot. Should it be female only? But that's what happened, that was discussed in the first community of practice, or should it be more in mixed groups, like the third community of practice? Is it about leadership, and do you need to learn much more about entrepreneurship, finance, and all this kind of information? How can we make sure that digital safety and resilience is an important issue? And we have to think about its targeted education and specialisms much more to improve the self-esteem of women. And we have to make sure that this work-life balance is in place. And this pops up when we discussed this networking thing, because women have a lot of networks, but what kind of networks have we been discussing? So we should be focusing on what I discovered is the 6 networks. First, you have to have a social network. It all has to do with parents, families, children. You have to take care of them, and it needs to be a flexible situation. The same goes for schooling. We had a discussion about schooling. Should we organize it generally with all kinds of activities after school so that you can bring your child at 8 or 8:30 and pick it up at 5? Or in other more remote areas, should homeschooling be much more important? Because that's what we heard in other countries. Therefore, when women entrepreneurs choose to go for homeschooling because it makes their life easier. We have to think about safety networks, more in the financial situation. Inheritance, divorce, all these life-changing perspectives leads to changes, and you have to organize it prior to the moment when you're getting there. So have a discussion with in your family to make sure that your financial situation is there if there is a problem occurring. And you have a work-life network. That's something which we heard already yesterday about rabbit jumping and other things, or the cry at the shoulder where you have to can cry on if there's an issue. But there are a lot of networks stimulating women to make sure that they perform at their best. So these are the ones more from the perspective of women. And we as policy advice, or thinking in policy advice, need to make sure that we organize these parts. But these are really very connected to a local situation. On the other side, you also have to do something about innovation. So, and that's what happened in work community practice 2 and 3. We discussed a lot about the advisory network. How can we help those women to innovate and to do more and to learn from each other? So create networks, sometimes female-only networks, sometimes mixed networks. There was a difference between that, but you have an advisory network and a learning network where you can learn from other entrepreneurs how to do so. Peer-to-peer helps you to learn and to be much more innovative and much more have an idea that you can do it. And you have a political network to do as well. And it has to do with the representation which you need. So these were more or less the outcomes, summarized in maybe another way than Aislinn said, but I saw some of the words which were kind of overlapping. I come to the conclusions. We see in all these measurements, and this was only a summary of what we have learned, is that you can have direct measurements for the innovators, going for funding, regulations, and land ownership. It's also about self-awareness, like empowering women, showing role models and invest in education. But what is more interesting is that these indirect measurements, as we call them, the things which are around women, which need to be tackled to make sure that they can perform at their best, should be tackled as well. And these were even more forcefully being discussed in these workshops. The environmental aspects. How do people get at your location? How do people interact? How can you be a farmer when climate change is causing problems at your location? So in that sense, these environmental issues need to be tackled not by the women themselves, but local communities or national governments. And that's where we can have a role in saying that. And we have to think about how we make sure that the life-work balance is in order to create all these networks. Not only that women have to change, men have to change as well. And that was this very firm outcome of the third community of practice. It's not only women need to change, men have to learn as well, and we have to collaborate, and that's what we want to say. We have to take this in, we have to connect it to what Aislinn just described, and this is what the basic of our policy briefs will be. And the first policy briefs have been written, are layouted now, but we have much more place for new policy briefs based on all this. So again, my call is come up with new ideas or elaborate on these ideas, what you've heard, and bring them into the policy workshop and the other workshop as well, so that we can make a firm statement towards our national governments and to our local communities. Thank you.
Now it's fika time, and ambassadors, you have an optional fika and follow Anna Alexandersson. And for the rest of you, you find coffee and cake outside in the glass gallery. And then there's the postal exhibition. Look at it where it was. I'll be back here in Myrdal at 10. Half past 10, sorry. Half past 10 to meet our next guest.
Det är fortfarande fel. Men vad är det? Jag syns det heller.
There's always several they come together in the journey.
Nu ska vi se.
So I think
Nej, jag vet inte vad det är.
Tror du vi ska ha den i jabbran här och cashboxen där på policy?
Du behöver inte koppla in, för det var ju den större.
Ja.
Kan du göra ett prov?
Testa.
Få igång det.
För det är ju den här Kino, hon kommer ju precis efter
Ja, för vi
pausen. Så då
hon
kör
på
vi.
person.
Ja, det kör vi sen.
Det kör vi som vi gjorde med Malin. Men kanske du vet att du har publiken, så hon ser publiken.
Ja.
Och sen, men för det är väl så att då är det väl så att jag bara har det här zonfönstret öppet, eller? När jag pratar så har jag, det är liksom bara, jag slutar dela. Ja,
Sen efter kommissionären kommer ju Helene.
just det.
Och då emellan så är Camora pratar lite, så då hinner ni ju fixa det där.
Det som vi ska ställa in den här men det man kan göra här är att man ställer in
Ja, fiskar.
Ja,
Ja.
för att det som händer då när det kommer upp här
Ja.
är att det blir helbild.
just
Det är
det.
bättre.
Det är bättre. Och sen är det ju så att Helene ska ha den här filmen. Så
Vilket sammanhang då?
Helene som kommer efter kommissionären har en film som
Oh, that's useful. Can you do some more, you know? Instead of talking about where they are short with issues, they're just waiting, you know, they're waiting. So it's, but still, okay, it's everything, now it's much easier. Yeah, no, it's me. No, so it's very nice.
Does your minister also want to see other?
Yes, yes.
ja. Där ska den börja. Och hon kör ju då 4, jag tror det är slide 4 det här kommer. Så hon börjar att prata och sen ska hon ju visa denna då. Hur gör jag det lättast? Är det bara att jag slutar
dela den där.
denna
Och sen
går vi
och då får du ju också i så fall kryssa i de här ljud och video.
när jag öppnar henne.
Ja, när du väljer dela.
Ja, välja dela.
Yeah, when they need to talk about it, they just call us, you have something about this, we stand us, so yeah, we are like. Yeah,
Point of reference.
Yeah.
Point of reference.
yeah, no, but also before.
Ja, vi kan
we
stoppa
have
delningen.
some- Yeah, always like this.
Så väljer jag dela. Som här, den här.
But no,
Dela ljud och dela
Det är jag.
video.
Just
Det ska du göra innan du
develop.
Innan vi visar videon.
Ja, precis.
Study,
Right.
Då kommer jag.
they actually use you.
Okay.
They don't, you know, no. They're just for.
Ja, men vi hjälps åt. Jag sätter mig här in så.
Du kanske kan visa. Vill du?
Om vi kan dra ner ljuset i taket. Jag kommer ju visa massa fotografier och sånt. Det är svårt att se dem. Det är för mycket ljud.
Tona ner.
Just, you know.
Vill du ha mikrofon eller headset?
Non-power.
Headset om det funkar. Men jag kan ju testa. Jag har ju mina hörlurar. Jag har både glasögon här.
Ja.
Yeah.
Jo, men
So
det här
this-
funkar nu.
what I
Det
like
funkar.
is-
Ja, det känns bra så.
Ja, för det är klart.
Ja.
Not a week ago.
Ska vi se.
This is an issue of gender equality work that we
För det stör inte när jag hör på att man kan. Ska inte vara något.
Nej, vi kan testa.
That's
Ska
the
se.
These approaches. These approaches is also.
Har vi
Here is.
Okej, Fabian.
Hallå?
Det verkar funka.
Det verkar funka. Det låter inget konstigt.
Message.
De låter konstigt ändå.
Yeah.
Jag måste på dem om det kommer att ske.
She's young.
Nej, men vad bra. Nej, men då...
Vision, but she's great.
Men då gör vi, det är ju så att EU-kommissionären pratar innan dig.
Så länge på.
Jag vet inte om det är 20 minuter. Jag kommer inte ihåg exakt, men hon är ju precis innan dig. Hon har ju 20-30 minuter, ja. Så om du är bara här så kan vi ju fixa detta. Eller du kan ju få kan ju sätta, ja. Ja, precis. Men då vet jag tror jag att ändå sätta den i glassaren.
Och sen min presentation finns här i klicka på.
Ja, precis. Den tar jag fram. Precis. Så det ska vi också fixa nu här.
Okay.
Var det 10:30 det började?
10:30, ja. Bara, hur kan jag kolla? Jag skulle behöva, jag skulle behöva kolla vad Helens presentation, att jag har den.
Here and there, nothing in between.
Den har jag den, ja. Just det. Den och den ska upp efter. Sen har jag nästa presentation har jag efter lunchen ju. Då. Okej, ja. Okej, ja.
I think it was uneven. That would be the same to remember the otherwise. Yeah, no, that's the problem. I was actually going to visit two friends in the food, but I didn't. So she can help me to buy the training card. Did you block the card? Yeah, I blocked it from the room, but it should be from. Because I had it, I'm sure I have. It for what's there. In the box and we will go to. Yeah. You have money, you should. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm testing. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Anyone there? Good morning. I took your place. I feel like a commissioner. Wow.
Nu syns ju inte vi. Vi bara... Hur får vi dem att höra oss?
Hello, hello.
Hello, do you hear us?
Yes, I'm Roxana. We are testing now.
Yes, we'll lower your sound.
You want to see me also?
Now I'll stand here. Hey,
Hi, hi.
How are you?
good.
Good.
It seems to work, no?
Yeah, it seems to work. We hear you and we will also see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Are you happy with this setting? It's good, no?
Yeah. So, will she have a PowerPoint or will she only?
No PowerPoint. No.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Good.
Wonderful.
Okay, then I cut this and she will come back in 10-15 minutes. Like this.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy it works. Bye bye.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
I let this open, okay?
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah. Okay.
Okej, perfekt. Men är det lagom ljud så? Var det för högt? Det högt.
Det var lite väl. Ni får... Okej, jag ska försöka reda ut det här.
När vi... jag tänker kanske att... ja, men när hon startar så tänker jag lite...
Jag tänker att när vi börjar, då kan hon redan vara med där.
Ja.
Då kan du redan ha fixat ihop allt det där.
Right.
Eller hur?
Ja,
då behöver vi inte ha den här.
Nej, vi behöver inte ha den.
Och vi behöver inte visa på att hon kommer heller.
Nej, det behöver vi inte.
Nej, det gör vi inte.
Men okej,
det känns okej.
Innan där så lägger jag bara upp henne. För det som kommer hända är bara att jag slutar dela. Och så kommer hon att komma upp i hel bild.
Jättebra.
Och sen om det är för högt kan du bara ta.
Ja, om det är så lätt, då kanske vi kan ha den här bilden, nästa bild, en liten kort stund. Om det är så lätt för dig.
Men vi kan, för denna ligger ju uppe för dem i livestreamen då. Men ja, så det enda
vi
som
tar
kommer
nästa bild när folk börjar gå in.
Och sen, för det vi gör är att vi slutar dela.
Ja, och det gör du när Kerstin kommer upp.
Ja, precis.
Då slutar du dela.
Slutar jag dela. Och sen när hon börjar prata så håller vi bara ljudet så att det är helt...
så det är inte alldeles högt. Det var väldigt högt.
Det var väldigt högt, va?
Ja.
Jag tror jag
slipper vända
kameran. Ja, men det ska väl fixa. Och sen är det ju... Helene ska ha hälften.
Ja, det fixar jag. Och kan hitta det nu.
Är den laddad eller? Ja.
Hade han hunnit fixa?
Ingen aning. Ljud i min del.
Ja, hur ringer vi till det? Men det ni har gjort, alla intervjuer som jag det är ju superintressant. Det är sånt som ni kan dela. Jag tänker med Skogens kraftkommun. Ja, precis. Där har vi ju Magnus Ljung på SLU. Och han gör en intervjustudie. Med våra kvinnor och jämställdhet. Jag duger men hur de lär sig, alltså information, kunskap, hinder för vi har testat med webbinären. För att vi själv har varit här. Det finns aktivt.
Okej.
Vi vet att det funkar där.
Ja.
Så jag känner ju bara att jag ska sluta dela. Och så ska vi bara kolla ljudet.
Ja.
Om det är okej. Men det verkar vara hon har ingen PowerPoint så hon kommer att synas.
Ja. Men det är viktigt att hon är en stor bild.
Just det. Men det, ja, precis. Men det var
Men jag valde ju talare.
Ja, för det ska boka på. Ja.
Ja, det var väl helbild när han var redan.
Ja, vi ska se. Nej, jag kollade inte på. Jag kan stoppa delningen här, kanske bara kolla. Jo, men det blir ju det blir ju så.
Ja, just.
Eller hur?
Ja, precis. Ja, men det är jättebra.
Nu ska vi bara se. Ja, just det. Det är de som.
Det är ju precis.
Ja, just det. Det är för de pratar om. Eller?
Nej, det är för att nu har jag spotlight på dem.
Okej.
Jag tänker att hon börjar väl.
Just det. Ja, precis.
Sen släpper jag ner den och så kommer jag spotlight på talarna.
Ska vi se, då ska jag dela den. Så ska jag. Men kan jag byta till Keynote nu? Är det okej, eller? Eller, ja, vi har den här bilden med Keynote. Eller ska den här ligga kvar till 10:30 Zoom? Är det viktigt?
Jag kan ta fram den andra istället då.
Det är ju några minuter kvar bara. Och sen stoppar jag delning bara när hon kommer. Eller så det var så, tror jag. Sådär. Sen är det Helens presentation. Helens film.
Ja, alltså min poäng är att kvinnor som har blivit sådär, den här stödsystemet i Sverige och det var det. Jag kommer inte ha alltså, men det är klart, det måste vara så precis så. Men det är bara vinner här. Man sparar oss själva. Men jag får höra mer om det. Ja, men jag bor i
Ja, men det är bra. Vi har ju inget
De kommer komma senare.
Okej, men det betyder då.
Eller nu kör vi.
Men kan jag ha den bilden på eller jag har
Ja. Och jag har en fråga. What is your take on this? Do you advocate for gender specific rural or gender marketing policies? Och då tycker jag att ni berättar den historien. Vad som händer.
Först kommer vi till
Möjligt att jag behöver springa ut och sen.
Så springer förbi mig. Jag vet så kommer.
Men du ska få presentera.
Jag ska presentera. Jag sitter här med.
Det var ju flera gånger kväll.
Det blir en kort fredagkväll.
Vi måste ses om
Vi väntar på alla andra. De är nu. Ja. Ja. Det var därför du undrar om det är ju ändå fördelen.
Jag letar efter ja. Det blir nog vi som är början.
Ja.
Hi Jessica. Hej. Är du redo?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then I'll show you on the big screen here.
Welcome back all. With us on Zoom is our keynote speaker, EU Commissioner Jessica Wilson, responsible for environment, water resilience and competitive circular economy. Jessica works to align sustainable growth with innovation and climate responsibility. It's an honor to welcome you to the Linnaeus University and the FLIARA project. Jessica,
thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be invited. I am sorry I cannot be physically in the room, but I'm very happy that you all are in Växjo. But let me also start by offering my congratulations to the entire FLIARA peer project team for the result achieved so far. Your work under the Horizon Europe represents a major step forward for the sustainable development of agriculture and rural communities across Europe. Similarly, it contributes a great deal to strengthening gender equality by providing a wealth of information and data on how to advance in this field. Your contribution is timely. Sorry, I don't know how to put that soundbite, but anyways, sorry, but for the first time ever, the Common Agriculture Policy Framework explicitly addresses the objective of enhancing the participation of women in farming and more broadly in the rural economy. And the topic is more important than ever at a moment when diversity and inclusion are coming under increasing pressure. We all know that women in many ways are the backbone of our society. This is clearly the case in developing countries, but it holds true for Europe as well. This is especially the case in rural areas where many of the support functions are taken up by women, from working the land and taking care of the administration to managing the households. These efforts has often remained hidden in our statistic. It is not well captured neither in the GDP or other economic indicators, yet it is invaluable. In too many rural areas, women are faced and are still faced unequal access to resources, education, and decision-making powers. This is why I welcome your work innovation led by women in agriculture and rural areas has the potential to transform not only our agriculture and food system, but the very fabric of our rural communities. Some things that also I talk with my colleague Rafael Fitter very often about. In recent decades, the several sectors have seen shift towards gender balanced. 52% of all physicians today in EU are female, and over 70% of all European teachers are women. And that was not the case so long ago. But boardrooms are increasingly gender balanced, but not good enough. I just have the Swedish figure. I know from only 11% of the Swedish CEO are women. And in farming, that's not neither equally. Young women are especially hard to convince to enter the sector. Right now, women represent only 3% of the young farmers under 30 years old. We know the conditions are tough and the work is never stopping. And there's also this lack of recognition a little bit that I talked about earlier. And I read a little report, not a little, from the Swedish LRF, and I translated myself. I like the title, Green Glass Ceiling and Boots That Shave. I think that is something that we know, and we know also for the fact that a lot of the assets, a lot of couples working in the farming sector, but the male is owning most of the assets. That's not only for farming. Well, the European Commission is striving to promote gender equality across all its policies as a part of the gender equality strategy. And support is still needed, also outside farming. Just 1/3 of EU entrepreneurs are women, even though they represent a large majority of students graduating from university. I believe that there are many opportunities for female-led innovations in the green transition. However, there are structural barriers that needs to be overcome, and one thing that I know is the lack of access to capital. And I would like to keep this dimension in mind when we advance work with the circular economy and also with the bioeconomy. I just want to say that this is not only about equality, this is important, but it's also about building a strong, resilient society whole and also making Europe more competitive. And this is where I think projects like FLIARA are so important, and you can help overcome a lot of these barriers. And I'm so excited to see on how you work, and I will continue to provide policy recommendation and also how you can inspire collaboration and support a transformation of rural landscapes across Europe. I know, in my view, and you probably shared it, that the transition for a more equal society goes too slow. But I also think that we are on the right way, and that I do believe that if we work together, this can change. Finally, I just want to congratulate you again and the consortium, the researchers, the practitioners, and all partners that are involved. And again, I wish I was there, but I wish you a very successful event, and I look forward on joining the forces and making gender equality the driver of the transition. And finally, since I know you are in Sweden, I do hope that you get also a fika. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jessica, from all of us in Växjo. And yes, we will sure you have 2 fikas today. We have some spare time before next speaker, so we use it for more fun to present one of the FLIARA ambassadors.
We had a little bit of a change around partway through the FLIARA project in relation to one of our ambassadors, and the German ambassador, due to personal reasons, she wasn't able to continue with us. But we were absolutely delighted to get a new German ambassador, and of course we were doubly delighted. We were doubly delighted in Ireland because she has great Irish connections, and her husband is from County Mayo, I think. So a neighbour of us in Galway. So of course we personally know her already. You know? So we were absolutely delighted to have her. So I'm going to introduce you to Linda Kelly from Germany, who is one of our ambassadors who didn't have a chance to speak yet. So that's why I think we should have a little chat with her now. So I'm just going to get Linda to tell you a little bit about herself, where she's from, and a little bit about her innovation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for the chance to introduce myself. Yeah, my name is Linda Kelly, and I live with and work with my family in the south of Germany. We have an organic farm. We have lots of branches there. We have agriculture with nearly 16 plants, cultures like sunflowers, linseed, hemp, beans, oats, wheats, and lupins. That's my favorite one. I will tell you later. We have a lot of grassland for making hay. We make silage. We have some cattle on the farm because my parents had milked cows for over 30 years. Then they stopped because I said, it's not my favorite branch because we have to invest so much for a new shed and shed, is it right? So then we stopped, and now we have some cattle for meat, a special project to sell them in the internet. So just when everything is sold, the packages, then the cattle is going to the butcher. So it's really good. Then we making a lot of landscape care. I hope you understand with the government, and there we get a lot of stuff or materials back, like for making wood chips, because my husband is also in the farm. He has a wood gasifier and make electrician. We sell it, and the heat is completely for the whole farm. So we had a warm house, and we need the heat for to dry the wood chips, to dry the grain and everything on the farm. So it's everything is on the economic circle, goes around. So that's really nice. We had a lot of solar panels on the shed, and used the electrician ourselves. And my favorite branches is to make products with the lupins, the leguminous, or what's the right word? Legume. So that it was an accident that we planted, because we had a free field. And then we talked about what we can plant, and we are really innovation. We have a lot of plants, so maybe we can try it with lupins. We read in a magazine about it, and then we harvest 300 kilos. It's not so much, but we looked after the small beans, and then we said, oh, what we can do with that. So we can give it to the animals. So no, it's better for the human food. So we started to make lupin coffee. That's a really cool product because it is no it's decaf, that's the right word? Decaf. And but at the first, when I started my business, for 4 years, I sorted the lupins by hand because we don't have machines. So sorry, 1 minute. We started with the lupin coffee, and everybody said, oh, what do you want with decaf coffee from flowers? And it doesn't work. So that's what you said. Everybody said it's not possible, impossible. So I said, okay, then that's my best challenge, to show them it is. So So yeah, the business grows up really good, and because the lupin are really high protein, so I said, okay, for the coffee, it's just for the a good drink, but we need the high protein in the kitchen. So we make a lot of lupin products now with like flour, flakes, baked lupins, because my husband is from Ireland and they have all everywhere baked beans. So I said, okay, we make baked beans, lupins, and we have lupin porridge, and yeah, like something like this, and special lupin oil for the face. And yeah, now for 2 years we decide to rebuild the cow shed for 300 square meters. It was a hard job to überzeugen, to convince my dad that I can have the old cow shed and rebuild. So yeah, we have now a really nice manufacturer there, and it's so nice to work there. And I have some employees, and it's really, yeah, really growing up so fast, so good. And yeah, it's nice, and yeah, that's it. And thank you that I'm enjoying the FLIARA project.
They asked me to interview her and ask her, and he said, you interview her. There was no need for me to interview her. She did it all herself. Just one question, I suppose, if you did feel that there was policies that FLIARA could bring forward, what do you think they would be?
Sometimes it's really hard because I'm a worker, so I'm at home, and I said I don't believe or trust in the politic because I want to work and want to do myself. So, but yeah, I think we need it, and yeah, I think it's so hard because I do it everything on my own. So what does we need? We need support, and I think we need those projects because we can support ourselves. I think that's the best way that we grow up and yeah.
And even being here over the last couple of days, chatting to the other women, getting ideas, that networking, is that important?
Yeah, that's what I learned. That's the most important thing, that we have to support ourselves and push ourselves. Yeah. So.
And I suppose be inspired by what they have done, and they be inspired by what you have done as well, which is really good.
Yeah.
But listen, we're delighted to have Linda with us. Linda, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maura and Linda. That was an extra treat for us. Now I'm happy to welcome a guest from other university in the region of Småland, also a researcher in the FLIARA project. Professor Helene Ahl is a researcher at NSEN, the Center of Lifelong Learning at the School of Education and Communication at Jönköping University. Helen is also an internationally recognized expert of gender, entrepreneurship, and policy. Helene, you will explain to us the latte dash, how legislation changed gender roles in Sweden.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Particularly thank you, Anne, for inviting me to talk about this topic, which is very dear to my heart. I've been doing research on women's entrepreneurship in international comparisons for many years, and I always come to this point, Swedish gender legislation, how extraordinary it is, and I would like to talk about it. The reason Annie asked me to talk about it is because in our interviews with 200 women all over Europe, in every country except Sweden, women complained about the difficulties of combining work and family. The Swedes did not, and we think we know why. It could be summarized in the latte dad, or latte pappa, as we say in Sweden. So what is a latte pappa? Here he is. Another papa is a man on parental leave. He can be seen on his porch having a cafe latte, or he can be seen on town in groups, or in groups at cafes having lattes with their fellow parental leave daddies and their children. It's sort of an urban concept, but it's sort of summarizes the essence of the parental leave system in Sweden. Here is the latter dad at home, doing all kinds of things that women normally do. I found a great film on internet which explains the latter dad phenomenon better than I can do. So, title.
And we're doing a short little documentary about Papa Lattes.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that? Or
Yeah.
how did you guys meet with the strollers now? Did you plan today or was
Yeah,
it
we
random?
planned today. Yeah, we just hang out today. Had some lattes, not lattes, but fika, Swedish fika.
Nice. Hey, hi, excuse me. We're doing a little documentary actually about Papa Ledighet. Are you on Papa Ledighet now?
No.
No. Have you been already?
Yeah, 7 months.
7 months?
Yeah.
Wow, how was it?
Amazing. The first 7 months of her life. We have to take our Papa Ledighet, like 3 months or so that's the law.
So it become even more normal for dads. We almost take at least one part of the paternity leave, which is great. It's really have 480 days or something to split between the parents.
Almost full salary we can take in parental leave. Yeah, I think this is one of the best countries for parental leave here.
You've been learning about Papa Ledighet.
Okay.
Of course, Mama Ledighet as well, but it's more unusual for us in the US. Can we ask you some questions?
I love my job. I was applicated to pharmacy and as FLIARA manager. And I like my job, I like my colleagues, so I've been longing to go back. And this has been amazing. So of course it's hard, but I look forward to going back to work. And his father is really, really excited to be Papa Ledighet.
Are you on parental leave right now?
Actually, my husband is. Yeah, because in Sweden we have 1 year and you can divide it between mom and dad. And I actually have a higher position than him, so I took less days and he will be home for 9 months. I mean, when I was pregnant, I had 3 job offers and I went to interviews like 8 months pregnant for like CEO position. So it's not like, and I think that's normal. They were like, you're going to be off for a few months and then you'll be operational. So it really helps women in order to do whatever you want in society. And I think that's really good. So I'm quite happy with that compared to other European countries or other countries in the world.
The best part of it is that it's so established, legislation has been in place for so long. There was never any problem with work or anything.
It's pretty relaxed. I think you get a lot of days to share and then separate as well. We are sharing it now. We are home now. I was home for like 7 months. And then
I will be we're really splitting it halfway. So we took 7 months each. So we split it quite 50-50.
Hence, it's like the norm for Swedish people to take like the parental responsibilities 50-50. So you're allowed to take up to a year off as a man, when usually all the responsibility falls on the woman.
no, I just think it's interesting that fathers are encouraged to take a break from their career. And I'm curious to know like how they transition into that. It can be stressful.
Yeah.
What do you think, Michael? How was it for you?
For me, like it's just one time in your life, you know, you get this chance. And that's more important than any career. When you have a baby, you realize that family and your child is much more important than any career you could ever have.
Beginning it was you're there all the time, but he's not that fun to hang around.
How many years?
All right, building up a getting technical break here. Now, having another papa is great for gender equality. Sweden is consistently ranked extremely high on gender equality indices. I have two pictures here. One, the Economist Glass Ceiling Index, which includes higher education, labor force participation, gender wage gaps, etc., etc. They say that Sweden is at the very top, Turkey is at the bottom, and the OECD average is somewhere in between. And on the next picture, I borrowed from one of the FLIARA web presentations from Gender Solution. They show that the EU regions with high levels of gender equality are also more innovative. So having a NATO papa is pretty good. But the question is, has it always been this way? Or how did we get here? And it hasn't always been this way. This is a picture from 1902. It's pretty typical of how Swedes lived during the 19th century. This picture could be, the kid on the picture here could be my grandparents, because they grew up in circumstances like this. They were born in the 1880s. This is a typical farmer family and his farmer and his family. Sweden during the 19th century was one of the poorest countries in Europe. There was widespread alcoholism. It was an extremely patriarchal class society. Women couldn't own property. Women did not have majority status. They were, in essence, owned by their men, the fathers of their husbands. The country was run by a powerful monarch and a powerful church. We did have a parliament, but only men from the upper classes participated. Only men from the upper classes could vote for the parliament. During the 19th century, there was a terrible drought and famine, and as you know from the first day here, about 1 million Swedes emigrated to America because there just wasn't enough food for us. And compare that to the pictures of the latter papas. It's like two different worlds, but at the same time, it's not that long ago. There was some legislation during the 1800s which improved women's situation. In 1845, men and women got equal inheritance rights. Before that, the boys inherited everything. In 1846, widows and single women could work in some manual trades and commerce. As you heard from the first speaker today, women have always worked, but they weren't paid for it. In 1846, they could have paid work in some small sectors. In 1859, women were allowed to teach primary school. In 1863, unmarried women gained majority status at the age of 25. But if they married, they lost it. At that time, we had something called the Stockholm marriage, which was cohabiting people in the upper classes in Stockholm, because the women didn't want to lose their majority status.
Majority status mean?
You're not a minor, you're a major. You have legal rights to sign papers, etc. In 1864, husbands lost their right to beat their wives.
Wow. Soon.
In 1870, women were allowed to attend private upper secondary school, not public. In 1874, married women gained the right to control their own income. In the early 1900s, Sweden underwent a huge transformation. Industrialization came to Sweden. With that came urbanization. People moved to the cities, and there was terrible overcrowding. People with 8 kids could live in one room in an apartment building. And they could even rent out a place in that one room to somebody else to help feed the family. Labor conditions were terrible, but at that time the labor union movement started in Sweden and labor parties were formed. So political activism for the common person started in the early 1900s. We also had women's activism. This is a picture of Elin Wägner, who was one of the leading figures in the Swedish suffragette movement. They organized meetings all over the Sweden. They worked for like 20, 30 years before anything happened. And they traveled around the whole country and collected signatures for women's suffrage. And in this picture, she is delivering 350,000 women's signatures for female suffrage to the parliament. This is a picture of Elise Ottesen Jensen, also called Ottar. She traveled the whole country and lectured about sex and contraception in the 1920s and 1930s. Because families just had too many children. 6, 7, 8, 9 children. They couldn't afford feeding them. And they also tied up women completely. And contraception at the time was not legal, but she did it anyway. Some very brave women. In the early 1900s, in 1901, women got the right to 4 weeks of unpaid maternity leave. In 1919, women gained suffrage and the right to hold public office. Took that long. In 1921, wives and husbands got equal legal status. In 1925, women were allowed to hold civil service jobs. In 1931, they introduced maternity insurance benefits. In 1935, equal basic pensions were adopted for women and men. In 1938, contraception was legalized, and universal maternity allowance is established. In 1939, women may not be fired due to pregnancy, childbirth, or marriage. The post-war period in Sweden, again, was a period of great change. Sweden was outside World War II, as you know, so our production capacity was intact when the rest of Europe was bombed. And there was great demand for products in Sweden. We were ready to produce right away. And Sweden had unprecedented economic growth, continued growth from the post-war period until the oil crisis in the early 70s. Living standards improved. You see here a pre-war kitchen and a post-war kitchen from the 1940s. We had social democratic rule, you see, uninterrupted from 1936 to 1976, and then again in short periods. And during this time, Sweden built a welfare state. And there was a great need for labor. We needed labor for all the factories. Sweden went to Yugoslavia and Italy and Turkey, etc., to recruit labor. There was a great need for women to enter the workforce too, not least in the new welfare state sector of the hospitals and schools. Legislation after the war, 1948, they introduced child allowance, which we still have. All parents get a sum per child each month. In 1955, 3 months of paid maternity leave for working women. In 1960, employees and unions agreed to abolish separate wage rates for women. Before that, women had a separate wage rates because they were women. They were not. They thought that men needed more money to support the family. In 1964, the birth control pill was approved. In 1965, rape within marriage is criminalized. Now, with all this, the need for working women and women's desire to start working, it was difficult because there was not enough childcare places and it wasn't cheap enough. So the women organized again in the early 1970s. These are demonstrations which were held all over Sweden. Ropen skalla dagen mot alla means, how do you translate it? We are screaming daycare for all. And they had demonstrations for free abortion and other kinds of things for women and families. And it helped. This is legislation from the 1970s and onward. In 1971, this is important, individual income tax for both spouses replaces joint taxation. Before, Sweden had an extremely high marginal tax rate, so adding the wife's income to the husband's meant that it hardly paid for the wife to start working. But when they changed this, women entered the labor force in large numbers because it paid having a job. In 1974, they introduced shared paid parental leave, which was transferable between men and women. So today, it wasn't that much from the beginning, but today it's 480 days, 240 plus 240. However, in the beginning, women took almost all of it. Men took hardly any of it. And that was problematic for women because just being a woman meant that employers would discriminate you because they would take a risk that you would have a baby and stay away from work for more than a year. So women were very much discriminated on the labor market because of this parental leave policy. In 1975, there was a new abortion law. A woman can decide what she wants to do until week 18. We still have that. The same year, municipalities were tasked to provide universal subsidized preschool for all children. And since 1985, it's for all children age 1 or older. So parents are guaranteed a place in daycare when their child is 1 year old. And since 2002, there is also a cap on the fee. It's income tested, but it will never be more than about 150 euro per month, no matter how rich you are. And if you don't have any income, you don't pay anything. Like students have right to daycare, but they don't have to pay because they have no income. In 1995, because of this tendency of discriminating women, the daddy month was introduced. 30 days of parental leave was earmarked for each parent. So if you didn't take the 30 days for the mother or the father, you lost that money. You didn't have to take it, but you lost the money. And so these days were not transferable between the parents. And of course, there were some conservative people having objections, but most men said, this is great. I can add to my vacation, have an 8 weeks of my vacation paid. So there wasn't that much objection to it, really. It was sort of transferred and introduced little by little. Well, men took the month, but not much more. So in 2002, they increased the days to 60. Same story. In 2016, they increased the days to 90 to really make a change and have men start taking parental leave. And today, men are taking 30% or more parental leave days. And 30% of 480 days is 144 days. And that's more than the mandated 90 days, which means values have changed. Gender roles have changed. It's today normal and natural for men to take parental leave. And employers take it for granted that men will take parental leave. So they have no reason to discriminate women any longer because women are just as unsafe. Men are just as an unsafe bed as women are from an employer's perspective. But you see, this has been done during a very, very long time with a sort of nudging approach. It didn't come overnight. Now, one might think, is this possible because Swedes are so collectively bent? Because they want collective solutions to everything? The answer is no. Are you familiar with the World Value Survey? Yeah, some of you are. This survey has been done all over the world for many, many years. And what they measure is on the scale, traditional versus secular values. So at the top you have people who are very secular, at the bottom we have people who are very religious. The other scale, survival versus self-expression values. These are sort of the family-oriented one, and the one on the very far right are very individualist. And you find Sweden at the top corner up there. So we are extremely secular and we are extremely individualist. We are not average at all. We are outliers. And in fact, in the previous edition, Sweden was even higher and even more to the right. But since then, we've had a large immigration from people in Northern Africa with different values. So we're coming closer to the other Scandinavian countries. I know from experience that you will look for your own country. So here is shortcut. Ireland, I'm sorry, it's not included. I marked Northern Ireland as second best here. You see, even in the FLIARA project, Sweden is an outlier here. So how do you explain this? We're being so individualist and still creating such collective solutions. Now, this little figure I have created building on two different theories. One is Esping Anderson's theory of the welfare state theory, of 3 different types of welfare states. And the other one is a book by Henrik Berggren and Lars Höger, talking about how Swedes relate to the state, family, and the individual. And if you begin with the conservative welfare state, which here is symbolized by Germany, in the conservative welfare state, welfare is channeled from the state to the family. Welfare provision is income tested with the family income. So the family is sort of the central unit here. In the liberal welfare state, which is exemplified by America, there is not much welfare, but welfare is supposed to be solved by the market on market terms. And the family and the individual are sort of the basic units of society, and the state is looked with great suspicion. So the family and the individual are sort of in a liaison against the state. In the conservative welfare state, it's the state and the family which are in liaison against the individual. In the Scandinavian state, all welfare is channeled through the individual. It's not family or family income tested. Because we have this idea that all individuals should be self-sufficient and women should not be dependent on men on a family income. So that you might say that the state and individual are in liaison against the family. The family is not the basic unit, individual is. At the same time, Swedes have a great sense of equality. Everyone is supposed to be equal, and you're not supposed to make a big fuss about yourself, or if you're rich, you're not supposed to flaunt it. So we want everybody to be very equal, and we don't want to see beggars in the streets. But being so individualist bent, we don't want to care with ourselves. We're volunteering or family church work. So we outsource this responsibility to the state. So we don't have to deal with ourselves on a personal basis. And we gladly pay taxes to the state so the state can arrange it. And this has, of course, been a result of that historical development I have talked about. So if you come from countries with a sort of a different mindset, you might have a different route to take. But a conclusion of this is that gender roles can be changed through legislation, as I showed you. what happened in Sweden and by developing universal welfare systems. But it takes a very long time. Nudging works, doing a little bit at a time. You change legislation and people accept it, and after a while you take it for granted. And then you change it a little bit again. But it doesn't happen by itself. Women's political activism is necessary. We saw the pictures at the beginning from women working outside of parliaments. But since the 1970s or so, women have been very active in parliament in Sweden. Since 1990, we have been between 40 and 50% women in parliament. So many of these policies have been formulated by women in parliament also. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. End of battery. Sorry, I have to read. Thank you, Helene. It's time for a panel, and Annie Rose will chair it and present the panel participants.
Yep. So the panelists can come to the floor, please. Need a bit of shuffling? Yeah, we will do more. So apparently, that should be a little bit clearer who we're supposed to join. I have prepared them though. Yep. Yeah, they're not sitting, but that's okay. And can we do like a little bit of a sound check? If you talk a little bit, if they will hear you. 1, 2, 3. SVT? Yeah, no, because I know that we had some issues yesterday. Okay, so we will send it around. Okay, good, great. Okay, so well, first, thank you, Helene, for a very interesting talk. It was very good also for me to hear, with living this reality with with kids and school and everything. We will, in this panel, dig a little deeper into policy changes in order to support more women-led innovation in agriculture and rural area. And just a reminder that policy can be a very wide range of things. It can be very targeted governmental programs, but it can also be investments in context-related initiatives, but also simplifying rules, for example. So policy is a very big thing, keep that in mind. And this panel consists of 6 people with a variety of openings to policy issues. And let me introduce you to Alexandra Larsson, the founder and owner of Rosa Kortet and our proud FLIARA ambassador. She's also a regional representative on the council for the Swedish National Association of Traffic Instructors. And last year, she celebrated 10 years as a business owner. And then we have Shane Conway, who is a researcher who works at University of Galway. And his research focuses on generational renewal in agriculture, as well as the human side of farming and rural sustainability. And he's currently involved in the FLIARA project, not so certain about the pronunciation, which fosters the development of multi-actor research projects And Shane is also engaged in pedigree sheep farming. And then we have Maura Farrell, who is the lead coordinator of the FLIARA project, as you know by now. And she is passionate about spreading awareness of the pioneering and untapped work of women across ruralities in Europe who are innovating. And then we have Pernilla Bodin, who's a new face for many of you. She's a local politician with the Swedish Green Party and chairperson of the Sustainability Committee of the Municipality Board here in Växjo. She's an environmental scientist and is passionate about water management. And then we have Willem Kortal Altes that is the work package lead of FLIARA's policy work. His research covers land use and territorial issues. And that is a topic especially important in his home country, the Netherlands, where agriculture is working under the shadow of potential urban development. And then last but not least, Helene is also on the panel, who you just heard talk. And she is a real pioneer when it comes to research on gender and entrepreneurship. And her most recent publication covers women's contribution to rural development and the implication for entrepreneurship policy. So Maura, starting with you, was there anything in particular that came to mind when you listened to Helene's presentation?
So much comes to mind. I think I was so struck by the dating, Helene, and I think personally within Ireland, I was looking at in 1845, in Sweden, they were considering different issues around gender, where we were in a famine. So over 1 million people were dying in Ireland of a famine. And we had so far to come at that stage. You know, you were thinking still in the 1800s, you were thinking of contraception, whereas in the 1970s, we had battles in Ireland about contraception. So I was so struck by the time lags. I was so struck by the differences. And I think I was also struck by, thinking about our society in Ireland, and in many respects, our dominance of the Catholic Church, our dominance of, patriarchy, our dominance of a very male-dominated political society that very much prevented a lot of that progress. And I think we've come so far in a very, very short time. But yet, I suppose, to quote many famous politicians, there's a lot done and a lot more to do. But I was really struck by it, particularly the dating. I think when we start to date things, then it really hits us, the time lags of how long it has taken stuff. And your conclusion, Helene, that idea of nudging things forward is really, it resonates, I think, with us as well. And I think people ask now about FLIARA and where we go from here. And for us, maybe FLIARA is that nudge forward. And maybe what we gain from this within policy is one nudge forward. And maybe in time we let this settle and then we nudge forward again. So it was a lovely way of thinking about it. Yeah.
Good, thank you for your reflection. And Alexandra, yeah. You are one of those innovators who actually made it, celebrating 10 years as a business owner last year. What kind of support or resources have been valuable in your innovation journey?
So for my personal journey, I think the biggest thing is being seen by other business owners. When I was 3 years into my business, 2 other ladies saw me and they invited me to their networks with both men and women. And we got to sit down and talk about owning your own business and doing it by yourself, because I didn't know anything about owning a business. And in Sweden, we have tons of laws and rules and stuff to follow that you need to just do because you're an owner. So that helped me a lot. So I'm so grateful for them that they saw me like their little baby sister, confused around everything. And they got me into their networks, and that helped me a lot, actually. Yes. It's hard to know where to start, like where to find information and where to look for information. So a help from someone else is just great.
Good, thank you. And then Pernilla, commenting on Alexandra's answer, do you know of any policies that have positively impacted female innovators? Or are there any examples from the Växjo region?
First of all, I'm so impressed by all entrepreneurs, especially females who can make the business despite all those structural hinders and the Swedish bureaucracy. It is heavy, I know. I mean, as we heard, the gender equality and the welfare system, I mean, that is a good platform for female entrepreneurs to actually have a possibility. But still, we have a quite strict system that promotes the male way of making an entrepreneur. You should have a company that grows fast and you should have your pathway to many millions in. But I believe that if we could change the system, it would make it more possible for more women. We do small things in the municipality. I mean, we can, at a local level, we can change legislation, but we can make platforms and networks for females and small entrepreneurs. And one quite fun example is we have a food week in the autumns where we promote our food culture. So one weekend we have a big fair in the city center where all the food crafters and farm producers at small scale come into the city and sell their products, and there are so many people, and I always buy way too much. And in one weekend we have a guide map so that all the people can go out in the countryside and visit all the farmers and the food shops and craftwares to make it more, to highlight and make a view. And I know many have started to regularly visit the farm shops after they have been shown. So, I mean, a municipality can promote different kinds of entrepreneurship in different ways. And I think to highlight the food culture of Växjo, we have so many good food crafters and food producers in small scale. It's a good way.
Thank you. And then Maura, back to you again. On a more European level, are there any policy initiatives from another part of Europe that has given, like through FLIARA, for example, that has been positively impacted on female innovators?
I think individually we've seen quite a lot. We've seen quite a different diversity across different countries. I think for me, education, when we start at young stages of education, and several countries at the moment are doing this idea of bringing education to schools, starting ideas around entrepreneurship or ideas around innovation, ensuring that young girls are involved in that from the word go. And I think that is happening right across Europe. And I think this is what sparks that idea of innovation. This is what sparks that idea of independence and that idea of that a girl can do this. And I think very small thinkings in the school system will do that. And we've seen that, and we've tracked this idea within the schools, even within an Irish context. The credit union in Ireland would fund an entrepreneurial thinking of setting up a small business. And that kind of thinking, it sparks within the school system, and particularly within girls, the idea that you can set up a small business. And if you can do it at that stage, and if you can come up with an idea, then you not alone have I suppose the innovative ideas to do that, but you also have the confidence to do that at a later stage. So I think for us, particularly, I think shifting the thinking of entrepreneurial women and the acceptability of entrepreneurial women within a rural context, starting at a very young age within the schools, is something that we have seen has been a hugely positive advantage, giving young girls the idea that yes, You can be a business person, you can be an entrepreneur, you can be an innovative person and thinker. But starting at that school age was something within policy we found was really advantageous.
And staying with an international perspective, Shane, what policies or practices do you see that need to change so that more women can become innovators in rural areas or on farms?
Yeah, like as Maura mentioned, education is a big part, and there is an acknowledgement within the Irish CAP strategic plan of the role of women and an increased visibility campaign. But I suppose one thing I've been listening over the past few days to all the excellent ambassadors and to the field visit we had yesterday as well, there is an acknowledgement amongst everyone, it seems, of the central and important role of one's spouse or partner or close network in this whole innovation realm that they're in. And I suppose I'm taking note of that for a few different reasons in that when you talk about policy, it's a deeper connection when you're talking about relationships and individual families, because when you look at the broader research and even very recent research from Ireland, from the University College Cork, around the traditional roles in farm families. And I'm not even just talking about this from a research perspective, I'm talking about from a lived experience, that the invisible role that women play on farms, the underappreciated role, it's by taking up their time in that sense, it's suppressing the innovation that their true potential. And that the findings of that is that it's actually having a very, very negative impact on their mental health and stress, for example, and also on their health-seeking behaviours. That there's a huge mental health crisis in the agricultural sector, but it's focused on men. But those men, the fact that in the family unit, the women are almost covering every aspect, but they're almost invisible in that research as well. So I'd have to say that, when you're talking about innovation, policy needs to look beyond just the economic support for innovation, but also to that caregiving aspect to support the more peer-to-peer. Like the FLIARA network is a peer-to-peer in itself, but the women around Ireland and Europe, they don't all have that support if they don't have it within the family unit. So I suppose building on that, EIP Agri is a great resource to illuminate that and to have women-led kind of driving innovation. But if we really need to have fundamental change in the makeup, the cultural norms of farms, it's not just supporting women as innovators, but also as owners. And when I say that, I mean, like from the UK research last year, that if a woman inherits a farm, it increases the likelihood of her passing to her daughter. It's 50-50. So you're actually empowering the next generation. It's much more likely. So we can talk about policy again, and this all aligns with actually Ireland has a great women in agriculture stakeholder group that advocate for this. But again, policy can only do so much, and that it ties into what Maura is talking about as well around education. Like currently in Ireland, you can become a young trained farmer, or you can have education agriculture without ever having drawn up a succession plan with your parents, be it you're a man or a woman. So if you're not creating this long-term perception that succession planning is the right thing to do, it creates challenges for both genders, but particularly for women. So it's even the advisory service there's a succession grant for farm families in Ireland. You can avail of it after the age of 60, which is too late. It's 1,500, and it'll help you have access to accountants and financial planners. But nothing about the communication, nothing about the deeper human side that I do my research in, and the gender aspect of all this. So if these essentially this train the trainer that's been advocated for ACAS, but it's an ecosystem that needs to change here. It's individual family level, but also the broader influence of education and advisory. If they're not all in tune with what FLIARA is trying to drive and similar projects, it needs a joined up approach. So that's generally it. There's no one size fits all. That's for sure.
Yeah. And Pernilla, yeah, going back on the local level again.
Yeah, just one point before I finish. Yeah, sure. I would love to see like what has happened in Sweden over the past 100 or so years, even more, is remarkable, and Maura has pointed it out. But I would like to see, from a farming context, that concept of the latte that applied in a farming context, because again, lived experience, maternity leave, paternity leave doesn't exist essentially on family farms. There isn't even leave in general. There's no such thing as annual leave. So I'm just, it's not to, but it's just if the concept or the just apply it in a farm family setting, it actually could again set in motion a long-term that this is the right thing to do. But it would be great to see it in a farming family context, just to see could it work. And it might be a cup of tea more than likely than a latte.
Comment on that first.
We don't have that many family farms in Sweden, because Sweden is, the agriculture in Sweden is highly industrialized. They're huge corporations owning almost all land. And less than 1% of, or just around 1% of Swedish population work in agriculture. And the few family farms that are around, they have dual incomes, or they have many sources of income. So at least one of either the husband or the wife, sometimes both, are employed somewhere, and will have that daddy days or maternity leave days. So the situation in Sweden is different from Ireland. That said, we still have more conservative values in rural areas. So it's more likely to have a 50-50 division in urban areas than in rural areas. But you have to start somewhere.
Thank you. Yeah, so Pernilla, going down to the local perspective again, from Shane's more international, what policies do you see that need to change for more women to become innovators?
Actually, connecting to what you said there, but the city and the countryside, and where do we address the development money? Where do we put the leading position? In Sweden, I think in most world, the city comes first and rural areas come after. I think it's time to change the perspective a little bit. Can we at least give half of the money to the rural areas of developing? Can the countryside be the front line of a sustainable development for livelihood? Then I think we can make great things happen. And maybe many people who live in the countryside feels a little bit left behind from the perspective of city and land. So I think maybe we can have a more progressive ways of thinking even in the countryside. Maybe have more lucky bets as well if we manage that. So I think that is one to address the money for development in different ways. But we also need to change the way we design business communities, to have more diverse ways of being an entrepreneur, value-driven entrepreneuring, and that maybe not all companies need to grow very, very fast, and to divide risks within the public and the private sector to engage and make more value for the society and make it able to develop the business and make more people and I think lower the line for females to dare to have the courage to actually realize that there are these and become an entrepreneur.
Thank you. And then Alexandra, from your perspective, what do you feel still is missing in policy for more women to become innovators?
Speed. Everything takes such a long time to change, as we could see in Helene's presentation as well. Yeah, I think if things could speed up a little bit, it would be easier for us to have businesses. And as we speak, of course, answers from EU that we are waiting for, specific for our branch with the 4th driver license directive. So answers and faster speed.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Willem, we've heard a little bit of suggestions here from both, well, from all of the panelists, actually. Do you feel that these policies are also covered through the work that FLIARA has done, or what is sort of the main results?
Well, that's difficult because one of the things I was reflecting a little bit, and it showed some big one, nice overview of dates. And the first date that gender was part of the common agricultural policy is later than the latest date a lady showed. So that sounds how new this theme is, remarkably, because you think that is so obvious to think about gender in rural areas and farming, etc., etc. But it's in policy only the current specific objective, age, as Moran introduces, put gender on that, and it's only in that manner, because the results indicators, if you look at the policies, there's nothing there. So we proudly show the results of our CAP. There's nothing about gender there. It's in the objectives, but not in the results indicators. And it's indicated more or less that that we should do that gender should be in all interventions, gender should be taken into account. It's not, of course. And that's also part of how Europe works. We work slow. It's a very much part of it, and it's a very small bureaucracy. So people like us have to change those policies. We have to make certain this is the norm is set, and this is how we live by it. But that does not, Europe won't do it. We have to do it because we're also Europe. So that's part of how such a policies work. It's our results. We see very positive aspects, and we see all kinds of people where hindrances, and we should take actions to go over it. And that's I think there are many things we could do, but it's important to note that it is not taken for granted that there is a long history of gender policies, but the rural areas is for a large part outside of it. So if you started, it's all kinds of pioneering again. It can be exciting, but it's also a little bit disappointing.
Can I?
Yeah. To Alexandra.
That's why it's so important, and I'm so glad that these women saw me when I was starting my business. So I think it's the most important that us as business owners help new ones to start, because we need to help each other on the local level and not wait for policies and forms to end, because that would take ages. Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yes. Just in relation to what William said, I think that the window of opportunity is open with that objective 8 in the CAP. How that is taken up it is really a part of every country. It's really a part of every ministry in every country. As we have seen, only 2 of those countries, Spain and Ireland, took them up. Some of the ones in Ireland I'm still a little bit sceptical about. But going forward, that we hope that window will still be there. That objective 8 will still be there. And I think there's an onus on us, there's an onus on the partners in each country, there's an onus on the FLIARA ambassadors to make sure we tap into each country at the stage when those policies are being written. There's an onus on us to go forward and say, this is what we have come up with in FLIARA. Please bring it forward into your next CAP strategic plan and make sure within your country that you are represented. And that becomes, I suppose, we are now looking at this within a European perspective, within the EU Commission, and saying this is what we need to get the Commission to do. But it is very difficult for that to filter down into each country unless each one of us here represents your country and makes sure your voices are heard. And we have the material. We've shown over the last few days that we have the material, the policies will be there, but you need to knock on the doors of your own government bodies to make sure it gets into that Objective 8 section. And I think, I'm not sure we can continue to do that, but each partner needs to do that. Each ambassador needs to do that. And that's where we start making those nudges of change as well.
Yeah. Good, thank you.
And I just confirm that. Go for your local politicians. Talk to them, ask them, involve yourself in politics. Everyone don't need to be on the top front. Be in there surroundings of the politician. Because, I mean, the men are there, and we as females must be there as well. Then we're not heard.
Thank you. And now, Helene, I know that a sort of contemporary debate. Or did you want to say something? No, sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I know, it was, I suppose, just again from experience, the local politicians are one side and managing authority, but I not to go into it too much, but when I published my PhD and finished it, we were involved with an organisation, and our managing authority said, you're not allowed to promote that through our channels, it's too controversial. So, and it was not controversial, it was just an insight into the farmers' perceptions on retirement. But essentially, what we targeted then was the farming media. And when the farming media takes up the message, just like FLIARA, and gets that message out there, it was only then that actually I got contacted from the European Commission regarding the research. So I think we can't underestimate the value of getting the message right down to the farm level and get talking. They get talking to their politicians then on what's happening. So I just think that the farming media is a huge avenue to reach policy, because they can't ignore it. They can ignore it when it's in an academic silo. And that's what a lot of cases it is. So it's up to FLIARA to reach the different channels, and that's what they are doing in the policy briefs, for example. But even the policy briefs are, in a sense, kind of still siloed amongst a certain audience. But once you just infiltrate the media, for example, it's one way to get the message out there. So
yeah, that's a really good advice, both for researchers and practitioners, I would say. Yeah. But then, Helene, I know that quite a contemporary debate within both the FLIARA project, but also like in the wider policy, is the specificness of policy. And what do you advocate for? Do you advocate for gender-specific policies, rural, or more sort of general small business changes in policy?
Well, complicated. Also, I have to say, as academics always do, it depends. If you're going to have women separate groups or not. It depends on which women you're talking about, their level of education, their level of experience, the business sectors they're in, the country they're in, if it's a very patriarchal setting or not. My experience from interviewing women in Sweden is that they sort of frown upon women-only groups. One of them said, "Oh, if I get another women-only group, then I have to learn how to mingle. I won't ever go again, because it was just too silly for them." However, in other instances, women have been able to have been invaluable support for each other, but perhaps not always as policy intended. I know it's your research, Annie. She followed a group of women who were sort of organized by policymakers, given a number of classes they had to take to get the finances from policymakers. They didn't find this very useful. So they sort of went off on their own and did their own thing and just put in the forms that they are taking the classes. and then it became useful for them. So if women can organize more from bottom up and on their own terms, it might work. And there is also research from Northern Ireland, which has many women-only groups, particularly in rural areas. The women are very, very happy with these groups because they do get empowered. But they are also, it becomes a feminized ghetto. So they don't get outside of that only group, so they get it can be very local. And in places where, patriarchal places where the money and the power is with men, having feminized ghettos doesn't help. You have to get into the general groups. And I would like to sort of echo Blanet's sentiment yesterday that what if we could network and work together with human beings and not with men, then a bit of a utopia. Wouldn't that be great?
Good. Thank you so much for your insight. Yeah. And then summing up a little bit more, if you summarize this panel, but also the findings overall from FLIARA, what would you say is the most important changes in policy that we need in a short term? So a little bit quicker.
No pressure. There's so much, I think there's so many angles to everything. If we get one thing, the other things comes together. If we get this comes together. But I think myself, and there's a lot in what Helena's just said and what was echoed by Bláthnaid. And I've always said this, I've always said, if I want a job done right, I don't care who does it. I don't care if that's a man or woman. And I don't care many men or women care. They want a job done right. And I think we need to get to that stage. If a woman has an entrepreneurial business or a farm, if she does that really well, then I want her service. That's what I want. And I think we need to get to that stage. But to get to that stage, we still need support. And I think we've talked throughout FLIARA about positive affirmation. And we've talked about this idea of giving that little bit extra to women until they get to a level playing field. And it's okay, a lot of people would say, you cannot give extra to anybody. And the Commission say this to us all the time. We cannot be seen to be given extra to one group. But given extra to one group is perfectly acceptable when the one group is still below the other. So until we get to a level playing field with men and women, then it is acceptable to leave it at that level playing field. But we are not at that stage. Women are still well behind the curve in many areas of agriculture, of agricultural diversification, of the supports that are needed, of the finances that are needed, of the networking that is needed, all of the things that we're talking about within the context of the policy forthcomings of FLIARA. And until we get to that level playing field, then we have to give that extra support to women. And once we do that, and once we get to the level playing field, then, you know, it's every man for himself or every woman for herself. But I think we're not there yet. So we need the extra supports. So I think everything that everybody has said is so relevant. It's so relevant. And I think I loved Peter's ideas this morning in and around the stories. And sometimes the stories are what builds the women. You know, the story about that woman who has done so well, the story about that woman who has built her success. You know, I started all of this thinking many years ago because of my own mother-in-law, who was herself a woman in business. And she reared 4 children when her husband died at a very young age of 46, and she had 4 children under the age of 10. And I remember once her telling me that she sold potatoes. They had a business and she had to sell potatoes. She drove an Arctic load of potatoes from Galway to Cork, which was a mean feat for anybody, never mind a woman with small children. And when she got down to Cork, it wasn't able, the ship had sailed, she wasn't able to sell those potatoes. And she knew if she returned back to Galway with them, her income for the rest of the whole year was gone. Her business could have been destroyed. And she sat in her lorry outside of Cork City and she looked around and she saw housing estates that we didn't have in rural Ireland. And she said, do you think could I sell them? And she got out of her truck and she sold every potato and every bag on that truck. And she did not leave until she did that. And I often think of her power, her actually instinct to feed her children. That's what it came from. And I think about her, and I think about her often, and I think it's so many of her I see in all of the women that we have on FLIARA. And I think that's why we need to drive forward, irrespective of policy.
Thank you. And with those very wonderful words, I'm closing this panel. And it also brings your idea about stories is also very good, because after lunch, we will also hear about stories from Pia and about entrepreneurship in digital literature. So that resonates very well. The stories are very powerful, a tool to use. But thank you so much for participating in this panel discussion and sharing your ideas and thoughts and perspectives. And we have some chocolate, which is not part of Småland.
Both for men and women.
Yes.
Tea and coffee.
Lovely.
Not for dogs.
I would also hope that
Thank you.
the
Thank you so much.
ideas
so
that
much.
was made here, we can also bring with us to lunch. And Chatten, you will talk a little bit more about lunch.
Very little since I have no more hanging. It's lunchtime. We just have to say it's lunchtime. Please be back at 14:30. Thank you.
Jag sa inte alls jag hade sprungit iväg. Jag gjorde inte det. För då fick ju feeling när man sa det. Ja, det är ja, men det är så att det är så bra. Yes.
Bara lägga den här på, så kan vi bara kolla på. Jag försöker ladda den här. Jag fattar inte. Men vi laddar nu. Då finns det text till dig. Så kan vi bara skjuta det innan vi börjar. Så ska jag bara den här lappade och den kraschade hela tiden, så vi kör vi kör på den här. Ja, alltså vi har ju skrivare inne på ekonomiskolan. Nu går det ut här och så liksom, vi är i korridoren. Jag tänker på Nyskolan. Och är våran skrivare, man går in i våran foyer och sen är det en intervent höger i administration. Annars så kan jag skriva ut något där. Ja. Okej.
Better to.
They should be both. Two microphones, one for this, one for this. If we can use the headpiece for her to speak, but you still need to be fixed. This microphone for the guitar. I'm sorry, is that permission?
No, I don't
Can you try to sing off his volume and then go? But then we would have an issue. We could maybe have a microphone. We can try it. Yeah, on the corner. Yeah. You need water? Oh, that's good. Yes, this is special audience. Yeah. Lots of love. And then if you want to send you yes, flowers. So we did a test for the room. I can. For the room, we can hear her well with her voice and guitar, but for the online thing, we would still need to.
Yeah, I think that will do, actually.
Just this one.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
I think I will get one of these also, because this is the one that takes up the sound from the room. So I get one of these and
okay,
put it there.
Perfect.
Can't do that.
Okay, just let us know if we should wait for you or go it and then come back.
You can go ahead, please.
Yeah, you too. Let's go it and then go. Come back. Okay, if you need to get some. Yeah.
Ja, want anders zeg je van een platform natuurlijk op reiskosten.
Ja, precies. Ik zit daar nu
Wat ik uit Frankrijk weet, en vanuit mijn journaal weer, is van dat de foyers zijn.
So the lyrics, have you some copies or? Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Niet alleen maar romanrollingen en huisvesting, maar ook met een locatie, appartementen gewoon, Bali en een restaurant, zodat je ook een beetje support.
And of course, yeah, and of course I have been in Swedish, maybe Italian, while myself, but Slovenia, it's a bit hard.
Ja, en dat deed je de foyer. En dan had je dus, wij proberen dat aan de kant om dan op de bovenste verdieping bij vandaag. Want dan had je dan zeg maar gewoon 4 verdiepingen tussen. Van allemaal mensen die zorgden dat de keukens gaan aanvallen.
Ja, dat is precies.
Ja, dat is eigenlijk die sociale relatie ook. Ja.
sanomista hurjaa.
Niin,
Just
se tieto.
Joo. Tuliko siitä mitään niin kuin, muuta? Saanko Rita esimerkiksi pitää vakuutelmassa?
Ei se ole ehkä oikein. Mä en ole kyllä kysynyt.
Joo. Kun mä mietin, että onko niin kuin tällainen tunne lehteäänkin, on muutaman kerran kädessä pitänyt maaseudun tulevaisuutta, mutta että miten olisiko sinne mahdollista, että mietitään, jos nyt on sellaisena niin yhteisö, että siinä olisi niin tutkijat ja myös nämä lähettivät mukana. Olisikohan ne kiinnostuneet, että päätään, että tapahtumista vaadittavaa.
Siinä oli silloin tuossa oli myöskin ne.
Joo.
Niin, koska hän semmoinen päivitetty versio Ritankin mukaan, ei mä voisi täällä kukaan.
Niin.
Joo, tai ei se ihan miten
Joo.
nykyistä vähentää ollaan. Vaikka tuossa jossakin se toi just nykyään.
Joo.
Sehän olisi näin kansainvälisesti.
Niin.
Tai sitten jossakin netissä haisissa. Tehdään päivitetty versio siitä ja kyllä se silloin meni maaseutuun toimittiin. Ja siellä jopa, siis on tuttuja toimittajia, mä laitoin sen toimituksen sähköpostia kahdelle tutulle.
Joo.
Toimittajille kuulisi aikaa.
Hyvä kokeilla.
Sehän on niitä, kun niillähän niin koko ajan virtaa, niin että se sattuu niin sopivaan saavuun. Se on se. Se ei ole tähän nyt kuulisi. Ei ole sitä statusta vielä.
Niin. Eikö mieti sitä, että jos se olisikin sillä lailla, että okei, on nämä niin kuin lähettivät, mutta sitten ehkä tämä niin kuin tieteellinen ja tämä projekti ylipäätään on ollut ja Suomessa ollaan oltu ja tutkimustuloksiakin, että tulee sitten vielä tapahtumaan.
Joo, siitä voisi kokeilla tutkimaan sillä. Sehän ei ole iso, kun meillä on se kerran mietitty.
Niin. Just nimenomaan.
Ehkä tuoreutta siinä se ritaan siihen.
Joo.
Kokemisvaluutta.
Niin.
Sillähän nyt on. Täällä on musta se kuva.
Joo. On nimittäin muistusta.
Se voisi olla jossakin, jos on yhdistää yliopistoa.
Hei, tuossahan on ainakin tuossa käytännöllä, niin mun mielestä on isolla osalla. Ja täytyy just valita se.
Jotenkin se on itse niin.
Niin. Ja ruotsiksi.
Ja ruotsia. Täysin poikkeuksellisesti.
Joo. Kyllä.
Eikö te?
Joo.
Yes, yes. I'm planning, but I'm not so far yet.
It's coming up.
It's coming, and yeah, it will take some time. You know why? Because we are now in the stage where we have to examine students. And then it's just a state exam. And this semester I teach like 4 or 5 subjects, so there are many students, and I have no time to sit and to work. So it takes some. But I can't.
And well, we are not in a hurry because it's
I know
in
it's
September,
but
October.
still, I have already some ideas, very nice ideas. One partner would feel like it contribute. But I need to adjust it to. But now I don't know whether it's wise to go to the Spain or make lower competition.
Yes. Then if either or would get the money, we would go
Yeah.
anyway.
Maybe we try that. I'll send you the. That's one. You send it out. And we discuss. Yeah, but it's their money.
Okay, that's clear.
It's so efficient.
I think that the core was fine. I guess it's quite popular.
Yes.
There was one of my colleagues, because Irish University was planning a proposal to be asked whether it's wise that we enjoy their core because you know you can do everyone. It's quite attractive. Now it's down, so it's zero place. It's really good to be.
Nice. Jag trodde aldrig det skulle hända så långt före tiden.
Nej, men du var bara en kvart kvar.
Ja, och nu är vi, ja, nej, men väldigt många är inte färdiga. Jag tänkte att en timme lunch, det blir bra.
Ja.
Eller hur?
Ja, visst.
Ja, bra.
Ja,
Och det är inte ute i landsbygden, eller?
alltså hon hade delat den presentationen. Inte sitta den här formen.
Ja, för då var det stoppmarknat innan.
Ja, precis.
Just det.
Så de försvann. Men han var här och fixade så att det gick tillbaka så.
Ja, vad bra.
Jag var tvungen att springa iväg på Nej, det har jag sagt till. Det är ju ändå på stor så man kan ju tycka vad det är.
Ja,
Men nu har vi legat för musikstunderna.
ja, det är om kursen. Men det är ju kurs där, det är ju en panel till.
En panel till?
Mm.
Ja, men först är väl
Ja, precis. Ja, först är det ju som pratar. Och sen så är det workshops. Sen här. Och där är det ståndigt.
Okej. Vad blir de här grejerna?
Det är stor och så är det sången. Och sen är det här redan.
Okej. Så efter 5 så avbryter.
Och vi sa det att vi kan bara gå ner på skärmarna här. Och så kör vi på det. Nej, jag tänker att Erik åker med.
Ja, jag behöver åka.
Ja, jag tänker att då kan vi...
Tänk på när ni kör dem.
Ja,
Ni kör med den för att så vara försiktiga med de här benen för de är lite ringliga. Så
ja, det var lite
ja, jag kan tänka mig det.
Det gick ju bra.
Ja, den skulle man kunna köra. Jag vet att de är tunga för jag monterar dem själva.
Ja,
det är tungt. Ja, visst. Ja, jag har satt en extra mikrofon här.
Ja.
Som är parkopplad med den. Just för att fånga upp ljudet. Så att jag tror att det kommer att funka bra. Vi kommer överens om att hon som sjunger ska hålla i micken. Och sen gitarren för sig bara. Utan mick.
Jag tänker att han hörs ju också.
Ja, alltså det hörs så väl ändå. De här mikrofonerna är otroligt bra. Så att det löser sig. Jag tänkte på det innan. Hon som stod i förmiddags och pratade. Det var inte så bra att hon hade bara handmicken. För det blir gärna att man gör så här.
Hon höll väldigt långt bort också.
Ja, precis. Så att vi tar dem.
Det är bra. Det är bra.
Today's insertion, but the 5 hours a week, then I fire with my mother.
Yeah. And then I was actually without we have like what's the name of my family? Another one, but
Good to know. Because yesterday I was trying to realize it's more about hunters are very interested in this. And they're part of the very good. That's the thing. Yeah. And I think that's the guys. Thanks, dude. For example, like.
We have an idea of balance also.
Yeah. All of that we are the same.
Bra.
Ja, men nu så de förvandlar kunna ska klara sig. Ja, men det är fler. Det ska hålla dem bäst för. Det ska också liksom komma. Ja, jag tänker att vi får köra på så aldrig jag pratat innan.
Här är lite kallt. Jo, men det är bra. Man är där. Boxkötterna. Ja, just det. Röra på oss. Men precis, man blir så trappan. Ja, precis. Man får skippa hissen och ta trappan upp. Vi går till business lab och det är bara för trappan här på andra våning. Ja, är vi där idag? Jag tycker att sen läste jag det först vi läste jag var det jag inte så glad jag medierna jag fick bara det
Sen måste man ha
They said that because now we order those.
Takes maybe
Vill ni att man håller sig på ett område?
Jag säger vad du ska vara.
Nej.
Du ska ändå
Nu kan jag tycka för
Ja,
det.
det kan jag. Den där sången.
Men då kanske jag ska se här. Jag byter presentationen nu och jag ska den till.
Ja, det kan du göra.
Jag brukar vara det.
Du ser att jag börjar resa.
Ja, börjar vifta om det efter 20 minuter. Ja, jag tänkte försöka svara lite. Om man har frågor.
Det är lite så.
Då har jag ju den här pausen som jag ska. Jag delar den på. Så det är det att vi delar för de som är på lite innan. Annars jag kommer ihåg annars för ni vet så annars säger folk säger till. Ja, ju bara där om det ja, det går jättebra. Det är såna här gel och revolve så man kan få tillbaka rösten väldigt bra. Jag lärde mig det på bokmässan.
Hon delar dem ut i början. Gud vad bra. För jag har ibland när jag har allergier som där kollar på rösten. Så jag hoppas den håller nu, men den är inte lika raspig som den var igår.
Nej.
Nu håller jag en stund och sen kommer det där. Man kan ta några själv. Men det är så jättegott. Det är en sån här beläggning liksom. Det är den som hjälper en. Det är så raspig jag tappar. Så jag kan tipsa om det finns på apoteket. En liten tub eller sån här supertabletter.
Ja, det kanske man ska. Nu är det så att jag föreläser. Så det händer ju när jag läser en gång i halvåret. Märker man att man är van att prata och
man blir lite slarvigare med stödet. Man pushar inte så här. Man är inte så van att prata ut.
Helt plötsligt bara.
Precis, man har tappat.
Ja, men det är fint.
Men bra. Det har varit helt fantastiskt för att så mycket av det som jag har hört är så klockrent. Det som är helt bra. Och så är det så lite så här belöning för att man har kämpat med sitt liv. Och det finns en värld där inte det här.
Där det händer.
Det är vettigt för många. Medan andra litteratur, jag tycker på så det är intressant för mig. Man har ju verkligheten.
Men det är ju kul liksom när man ibland när man sitter hemma själv och skriver sådär att man bara sen behöver man inte intervjua folk eller prata lite med folk. Ja. Nu ska vi se. Jag ska bara. Jag tänker att jag ändrar till. Det kan jag göra. Det är ju 11. Nu kommer ju hon att presentera dig i sig, men du är din namn.
Ja, jag har skrivit där.
Ja,
första sidan. Lite integrerat i bilden. Det ska vara som att skriva litteratur.
Ja, jag ser det.
Ganska långt. Jag tror också att man är redo.
Hur vill
kan man
du?
trycka bara på
Ja,
dem?
de funkar.
Nej, det funkar
Nej, vänta lite. Nu funkar det. Så, nu är du. Och nu är den delen. Då ska vi slänga in folk. Those numbers. You have it? Yes. Yeah. Maybe I can send you an email.
For big contracts.
Welcome back all. It's nice to hear the chit chat, but now it's time for someone else to talk. We'll start the afternoon with our last guest, as you heard Annie say before. It's our senior lecturer, Pia Polski, literary scholar here at the University of Linnaeus University. He has published on feel-good literature as a new form of fiction with women's networking and entrepreneurship at the core. Pia will talk on the feel-good entrepreneur from crisis to community in small town and village.
Okay, thank you. So hi everyone, and also special. Oh, forgot about it. I said I shouldn't forget about it. Okay, so thank you and hello everyone, and also special thank you for being invited by Anna and Annie I'm really honored to be able to speak to you because you're a completely different audience that I normally reach out to. And I've been so happy to be able to join in the workshops that we've had and our upcoming workshop in the afternoon. And I learned so much from listening to the FLIARA project and what you come up with, how you ask questions, and also I've learned new vocabulary that I can take with me into my future research. And what I also have learned is that there are so many common denominators. So what I've been doing very much in the world of books has been going on in the real world. And now I have a sort of reality check thing that I can see that what I've been talking about aren't just fantasies, because people tell that a lot to our literary scholars. Why are you doing this? Why is it important? You're just dealing with fantasies. But fantasies are so important. They drive us. My research area lies in between popular fiction and entrepreneurial narratives. Now, I find popular fiction extremely interesting because it's a repository for contemporary ideas and imaginations about the world and our daily lives. And I've been studying Swedish and Swedish literature and literatures in English in the area of popular fiction. And what I've done also is to combine those studies with studies on entrepreneurial narratives. And what I've heard here in these 2 days from the FLIARA community is this notion of having good role models and also the effects of the personal story. And this is a lot. These kinds of things are going on a lot in popular fiction as well, and particularly the fiction I've been studying called feel-good narratives or feel-good literature. But why am I here? Why am I doing this kind of research? Well, I sense that a major shift is taking place in society today, and I want to play a part in it, despite being a literary scholar and despite people telling me that we live in a fantasy world. And one aspect of this had to do with the shift, had to do with the COVID-19 pandemic and the push towards digitalizing working life, which happened a lot, all the Zoom meetings that lots of people took care of or took part in. There's also a sense of a change of values taking place. And I would say that a major part of the signs that we can see of this shift going on is that I think women long for a different lifestyle, and they dream of a working life that is small scale, material, social, and communal. And it's also something that a sign coming, I think, that we have a rise of a new type of narrative, and that would be the feel-good story. And through this, the male entrepreneurial narrative is strongly challenged. So I was thinking, how can I talk to you about the research that I do? I try not to go into the literary scholars' terminology and that kind of stuff, because you wouldn't be interested in that. So I ended up thinking of, well, maybe I should invite you on my research journey, which is a very sinuous journey. And as you can see here, I will take you through things like locality, entrepreneurship, the COVID-19 pandemic, Robinson Crusoe, where would we come, how could we come there? I'll also talk to you a little bit about ideas within business studies and entrepreneurship. And finally, also about women's dreaming in working life. So how did my research journey start? Well, in a locality. I moved from Småland. I moved to Småland in 2007 from Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. So I did a move from the urban life into more small town life. And I also did a second move between between 2016 and 17, I lived in Huskvarna, which you can see the red spot on the Swedish map here. It's located about 120 kilometers north of Växjo, near Jönköping, and I commuted between Växjo and Huskvarna because I worked here at Linnaeus University. But what did I know about Huskvarna when I moved there? Well, very little. I knew what you see on the picture here. You might recognize the Huskvarna rural farming equipment, that kind of stuff. I was thinking, well, how do I come about learning about my new home? Well, I'm a literary scholar. I turn to text and stories, and I wanted to learn by reading. And I found some novels that were set in Huskvarna, written by Eva Klingberg. And what's interesting is that she wrote a series called The Huskvarna Suite. And she plays heavily on locality, because all these narratives are set in actual places in and around Huskvarna. So you can be a literary tourist, you can read the books, and then you can go to all the places, down to addresses and so on. And while I was reading this, I was also engaged in a project where we tried to write about how Småland is represented in literature. And I said, well, we have so many famous writers like Astrid Lindgren, and we heard about Elin Wägner earlier today. They're big stars. People have written about those. But what about people and Småland in popular fiction? So having read the Huskvarna Suite, I thought, I could write about that. So I started looking into this, and one of the things that we have an image of Småland is that it's highly entrepreneurial. People know about this. This is what the sort of Swedish myth, that this is a region that is super entrepreneurial. And when I started reading or working with this, I realized that, well, maybe I can write something about this when it comes to this Huskvarna Suite. Because those novels by Eva Klingberg, they're just so ripe with business owners and entrepreneurs. All the novels have two timelines. So parallel with the contemporary timeline, you also get a story which is set in the historical time of the 19th century of Småland. In the historical timeline, we meet bead makers, wine makers, photographers, and candy makers. You may be familiar with the gamla polkagrisar. And in the contemporary timeline, we meet someone with a small rental company where you can rent vintage silverware and tablecloths if you want to carry or have fancy dinner parties. You meet an owner of a nail salon, and you meet cafe owners. Now, what's interesting is that in the historical timeline, for instance, you have the photographer and the candy maker. Those were very male-dominated areas, but also an area where women could quite early on move into and make a living. And Helena all talked about this in the year of 1846, which was the time when women could work in some sort of manual trades and commerce. And this is exactly the storyline that we meet in this narrative about a photographer and a candy maker. But what I found was so interesting here was in these narratives in Huskvarna Suite, was that all these business owners and entrepreneurs here, they're all female. And I've never met so many women who are making businesses in one set of the stories. So I was so fascinated by this. What I also noted was that they're succeeding through their friendships. They create the networks. Never really seen that either very much in narratives. And what's also really fascinating, that Klingberg, she is a sort of entrepreneur in herself. She's what I would say a writer entrepreneur. Because what she does is that she doesn't just write about entrepreneurial women. She also, through her writing, creates a platform for promoting local businesses in the Huskvarna area. She places her are in those cafes or in those candle shops. And she talks a little bit about the candle shop, and then she says, oh, here's an event, you can come, I'll be signing my books that day. So she brings in her audience into a different sector arena where they also can go and buy her books, but also buy some candles, and they actually create this kind of cozy atmosphere. And in these narratives, we also see how she and her characters, female characters, sort of challenge the common image of what I would be saying then is a male entrepreneur. Sorry about my voice, I'm struggling a little bit here. But then, for my next stop on the journey, this was more about Småland in literature, and not so much about the entrepreneur. This was a discovery along the way. What happened then in my life, as in many of your lives as well then, was the pandemic. I ended up in isolation, like so many others. Daily life changed a lot. I went into remote work. I started teaching and having online meetings. Around me, people started talking about knitting and baking and gardening, and they started doing so many things that I hadn't heard them do for a long, long time. And people started reading more. I started reading. And what did I read? Well, at first I noticed there were so many books that were very similar to each other. They surfaced everywhere. In bookshops, you could find them by the tills in the grocery stores. New sets of audiobooks came out. And in Sweden in particular, we started to get Hallmark movies being shown all day long, it felt like. And you know, we were at home. We watched those films, we read the books, we had to do something else to break our isolation. And I started to get a sense of recognition in this. First of all, they were so similar. I consumed these in masses for 2 years, besides doing extra work and all this stuff. And they were similar. And there was this thing that, well, they feel new in a way because they're reappearing here, but they were not all new in like being newly written. And I could see that there was a certain group of texts that gained popularity and vast readership during this pandemic. And here I'd like to recap a little bit, because if you look at this, there was a new set of fiction coming out over the last decade, which was a set of popular fiction narratives called Feel Good. In Sweden in particular, the popularity of the narratives on such a scale that an annual Feel Good festival has been established since 2018, and some publishing houses publish mainly Feel Good. And there's also a very active Facebook group called Feel Good Fredag, Feel Good Friday, where readers and writers socialize and share reading and writing tips. Now, feel good literature is found in most European countries, but especially in Sweden, you could see that the pandemic sort of caused a boom for this literature. Growth in readers, but also growth in writers. Writers took the time during the pandemic to sit and write more. And also, only in Småland, there were about 3 or 4 women feel-good writers who debuted as part of the whole COVID thing. Now, what is feel-good? Well, feel-good is used as a label on various forms of films and narratives, and commonly it's defined as a narrative that includes some hardship but ends happily. And also it's something that leaves the reader or the audience of a film with a good feeling. But I discovered that a new research problem for me, because is it really a label or is it a genre? Could we talk about feel good in a different way? And I felt that this definition is too broad. So that's when it becomes a label. But having read so much during the pandemic and seeing common denominators in between these literary products, I would rather claim that there was a core set of narratives that have common denominators. So I wanted to start thinking about feel good as a genre rather than a label. So I looked more into this, started writing about it, and I found that what I would claim then is a feel-good novel is about a middle-aged woman in a crisis, often a financial crisis, who downscales and moves to a rural or small town setting. And she creates a better life for her there with the help of a network of friends. And the whole story ends happily and leaves you with a feel-good feeling. But how does it do that? Well, in most of these narratives, it comes through the woman finding out or having some sort of an entrepreneurial hunch, and she's able to create a small business based on it. So the happy ending is that she can suddenly support herself again, and she creates a livelihood and a lifestyle that makes her happy and that makes the reader happy as well. So I had a first result here. I started writing about this, analyzing this literature, and I provided the first classification of feel-good as a new subgenre in popular fiction. And this caused or ended up in an anthology project on feel-good. That book was then also used in a course that we've created here at Linnaeus University. We have about 800 applicants during the summer for this course every year since 2022. So it's very popular. But it also then, another result was creating new questions for me. I started thinking, well, why did feel good become so popular? Why is it also so female dominated? Because it's written mostly by women. It is mostly about women and read and discussed by women. So then I started thinking, well, lived experience, could I make use of that in my research? And start thinking, what returned during the pandemic? Could that have something to do with this boom and the popularity? Well, what returned was a strong interest in crafts. And you can see that in feel-good narratives as well. The baking, the gardening, the cooking. This is what women are doing and also base their businesses on a lot. So there was a return to the materiality of daily life. And this started to create echoes, literary echoes in me. And they came all the way from the 18th century and Robinson Crusoe. Everyone who studied literature has had to do some deep diving into Robinson Crusoe. Published in 1790, it became super popular. Everyone read it, and we still read it today. We have popular media is very interested in Robinson Crusoe. Now, the novel's popularity, according to the literary scholar Ian Watt, had to do with the fact that in the novel, Defoe sets back the economic clock and takes his hero to a primitive environment where labor can be presented as varied and inspired. So most people think about Robinson Crusoe as an adventure novel, but it's also very much a household or farming novel, because a lot of time is spent in the novel on showing from farm to table. As in the picture, when you read about Robinson Crusoe's daily life, it's very much about how he learns how to grow a seed and to harvest it and create flour and then baking bread. The popularization of this narrative, Ian Watt claims, has to do with the fact that it provides a counter image to industrial life, a life that is highly specialized. But then here we have this from farm to table idea. We can follow everything. And it also builds some nostalgia for some sort of rural lifestyle. And Robinson Crusoe is really interesting, and I wanted them to make a kind of method of analysis here. I started comparing feel-good literature with the Robinson narrative. There are similarities. There is a kind of primitive crafts economy with women baking, like Robinson was baking and so on. there's a bit of an island life in feel-good narratives because the women leave urbanized areas and they dream about a better life, and it takes place then in a small town and in rural settings. It's entrepreneurial and innovative main characters. And why would Robinson be entrepreneurial? Well, that has been the fact ever since it was published. It became the image of a self-made man, the man who could find his way in the world, use the world for his own benefits, and create some kind of gain from it. This is also what happens in feel-good narratives. It's also very much read for recreational purposes. It was read like that in the 18th century, but also feel-good is read like that. And they were all also became publicized and popularized in time periods where there was really high emphasis on individualism. Here, I would say today, contemporary feel-good narratives is very much about super individualistic lives. But there are really important differences, which tells us more about our day. So if you look at the feel-good narrative, we have female main characters rather than Robinson, the main hero. We have the network and the importance of support coming out. Robinson didn't have a network. He was all alone on the island. There's also an emphasis of sharing. Robinson didn't want to share. He was king of everything. It was his property, the island. He had a Friday coming in, but he became his servant. He wasn't on an equal level. In feel-good narratives, there's a strong emphasis on community and giving back to community. And the impact of whatever happens and takes place in the businesses in feel-good narratives is that other benefit as well, not the individual. So feel-good literature, I would say, constitutes a Robinson narrative for the 21st century working woman. So the next step in my journey as a researcher was to create this big claim. And my claim is then that this challenges the male entrepreneurial narrative. These are stories that harbor contemporary female longing. And I think also they can be read as precursors of a paradigm shift that we go into new economic values. And it has to do with the image of who is an entrepreneur. If you look at this image, this is like a stock image that I found online. It's a man. It's always a man. You have IKEA's Ingrid Kamprad, you have Tesla, Elon Musk. And the whole idea is, as an entrepreneur, you build a big business, striving for a global scale. And I also want to remind you, this is what Peter Bodin said just a few moments ago this morning. And Robinson is sort of like the entrepreneurial role model. It's been used as a character that kind of explains what entrepreneurship is all about. And it's been used in the classic example of the Homo economicus in economic studies and business studies. So that's why we need to think about Robinson even in this modern time, because it still resonates with us. So what would I say that feel-good literature does that is different? Well, it provides an alternative to explore and learn from. Homo economicus becomes economic woman here. And this is a literature that I think also has a potential to become even more representative, not just including women, but also minority groups. This genre isn't there yet, but it has the potential to become that. It provides an alternative since it is an entrepreneurial narrative, which is not an individual journey. It brings emphasis on networks, and it's also more about social entrepreneurship than monetary business building entrepreneurship. And it builds very much on this idea that if you do good with your business, you also feel good. And here I have an example called The House Beneath the Cliffs, which is very much that kind of a story. And if we have time, I'd be happy to come back to it and tell a little bit more about it. And the next claim for me then in my research journey is to start thinking about how does this literature say something about women's working life dreaming and its imaginaries. Well, one way of doing that is to start thinking in this kind of way. I've been inspired by researchers Jenny Helene and Camilla Dahl, who've talked about something they call it an economy of homecoming, where we think about entrepreneurship beyond conquest. They, in their theoretical idea, provide an alternative economic model that is based on a hyperlocal communality and stewardship for maintenance. And they try to use this model to write against an economy of conquest, because they question the serial entrepreneur like Elon Musk, and also they question the continuous quest for market share of building and building and building and making monetary profit. And this alternative economic model really resonates with what I also see of values and ideas coming out from feel-good narratives. That it builds on locality, it builds on an idea of coming home through your community and your activities and building a business. And it also builds on dreaming. So finally, I'm finishing now. The key takeaways that I have gotten from doing these studies and doing this research is that I think feel-good literature can motivate a re-investigation of the entrepreneurial narrative. And this re-investigation can provide insights about contemporary women's livelihood challenges and expectations. And I think it's possible that these narratives can be used as counsel for female entrepreneurs while addressing these livelihood challenges, sort of like giving that extra spark of energy that you might need in a moment when you're struggling with your business. And I also think that feel-good literature can be a source where we can identify values that can be harnessed in creating sustainable entrepreneurship or working onwards and thinking about what entrepreneurship can be. So I'm opening up the floor if there's time and any questions or comments, and you're welcome to challenge me. But if there aren't any questions, I'd like to ask you questions. Are you a feel-good entrepreneur? And what else should then be explored? Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. We could afford one question, maybe, if there is one. None. But thank you, Pia.
And I'll be available later if you just could come to talk to me. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for having us. Thank you for the introduction. So all projects, when we start at the writing proposal stage, they all ask for us to put in a section on knowledge transfer or on our impact. So like all things we do in FLIARA, we took some time to think about what that might mean for us. What does it look like for FLIARA? And how can we use that moment to actually, again, boost the women in innovation in agriculture in rural areas? Because for us, in everything we did, we wanted the women to be central in everything we did. Not just at the interview stage to gather and take information from those of you that are being researched. We wanted women to be central, for them to see what our findings were like, what were their responses to the findings, and more critically, to help us co-create the policy proposals that we're bringing forward. So that led us to the idea and the brainchild of having a community of practice, to have a space where we can have those discussions, where we can bring women, all of you that are here today, all our researchers, our policymakers, our practice partners in one room, to break down those silos that we talked about or heard about earlier from Shane. That's what our community of practice have done. And we saw that today with the Commissioner joining us on our final community of practice event. So to organise it, we had 4 community of practice events in 4 locations. We started in Ireland, we went to Slovenia, we went to Italy, and here we are finishing in Sweden on the final event of our community of practice event. But then we had to think about, how do we do the discussions? How do we get you engaged? And do we discuss everything? Well, within and at each event, we have 3 workshops that you've all taken part in again today. And they tackled 3 different topics, from benchmarking, building on our futures research, and on policy discussions. And we are extremely proud and privileged to be able to say that over 350 people have engaged in our workshops. That has strengthened our policy. We're being hacked. They're trying to find out our policy. But what it has done, it has made the whole thing more robust. It has strengthened our voice and your voice and brought that forward. So the other piece of what it does is it allows us to not only bring the project findings forward, it allows us to go forward as a community, to bring those findings together. And we've heard that in volumes over the last 2 days, bringing those voices together and having that volume so that we are heard from local all the way to national to all the way to Europe. And with over 300 voices, I think that's pretty powerful for one European project. So well done to all of you. So now to the important piece and the important people that have done all that for us, our partners that have led these work packages. So let me very quickly introduce our team to you that have led the work packages that you have engaged in today. So our partners from the University of Turkey, we have Växjo, she's also partner with Professor Thomas Kuhn, and they are in the Futures Research Centre in Finland, and they've led the work package too, and the for us. You okay, Victor? Does anybody else see Victor roaming around?
So we can.
I did say I could dance, but then said
Yeah, Marina is going to join on Zoom.
this would be an interesting transcript of where so all the note takers in the room. Okay, we'll stay going. That didn't happen. So let me start again because it does deserve credit and give a moment to actually the people that have organised these workshops. It has taken an enormous amount of work. We show up, we facilitate, but the work behind the scenes has been incredible because not only have they taken the findings from our project, which as you have heard over the last 2 days has been enormous, they've had to distill that and put it into a package that we can use to ask questions and record those answers and find out what are the priorities moving forward. So again, let me start with our partners from the University of Turku, who led our work package 2 on futures research. We have Belita and Thomas Kuhn from the futures research in Finland University. So we have to thank them enormously for running their work package that we all took part in yesterday. From TU Delft, we have our partners who led work package 5 and are still working very hard at the moment to bring all our policy proposals together and forward. We have Veterinary Kang and we have Gerdy told me how to say this properly. Gerdy Bershua. Great job. Thank you, Gerdy. Thank you. I do practice as any good moderator does. And then from the University of Galway and from Eccles, we have 2 partners that have worked together very hard on this other work package. We have Ashley Murchett from the University of Galway, and we have Anastasia Opera from Eccles, who have worked together on the work package for benchmark. Thank you. So we just want to give you a reflection because we have had the 4 events to give you an insight as you sit there, because quite often you might not get a chance to hear about what were the findings. So this is our moment to reflect on the 4 events that we have taken place. So if we can start off first with University of Turku from the workshop, can you give us a reflection of what the findings were over the past 4 events?
Do I grab this mic or?
maybe try it, Felicia, I think.
Let's try.
Nope. A good idea, Felicia.
Yeah, really good idea. Try now. Do you hear me?
No.
How about now? Now.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So I'll start off by telling you guys a bit about the results of our foresight workshop. And you have nearly all participated in this workshop, if not yesterday here, then maybe in a previous community practice. And thank you for that. And this workshop was facilitated by these vision cards that we have. You may be familiar with these. And the vision cards came to be based on our foresight work package, where we all came together all across Europe to discuss the sustainability issues that we have in rural areas. And then at a later date, we came together to discuss how to solve those sustainability issues. And the cards are derived from that work. So the question was in the workshops, we have these themes that solve our sustainability problems. And the question is, please choose a card that you feel women have the most potential to make a big impact in. So first, in Ireland, where we started, Irish people were very drawn to the rural image card. They discussed renewing the rural image in Ireland and expand the traditional understanding of the rural image. And that rural does not always necessarily mean agriculture. So how do we update this image and also show different type of livelihoods in the rural area? And with this comes the balancing act of protecting the rural image, its essence, its tranquility, what rural areas mean to us, and also simultaneously updating this understanding of what's possible in the rural setting. So those were the findings in Ireland. And in our next workshop in Slovenia, same task, same cards, different people. Slovenians were drawn to the local food card. And they found that women have a good understanding of the local food and also local customs, local practices, and the local heritage as well. And by boosting this local food production and that heritage food and so on, they also promote the rural area as well as boost the economy. And this directly affects the rural image as well. So it's also tied to the rural image there. And all of this is done through communality because women working in the food industry, making their own pastries or maybe coming up with a completely new food, some kind, that goes hand in hand with communality. In Italy, we found that the card that was most used was new competencies. And the question was how to facilitate new competencies in the rural context, rural and agricultural context. So what they found in Italy was that we need concerted action between decision makers, educational institutes, media, ordinary people every day, to come together and boost the confidence of people so that they go and seek out or try the new things. And this facilitates cross-field knowledge and knowledge sharing. And it's also important to share knowledge, old and new, different generations, new practices. And yesterday here in Växjo, our Swedish participants really liked the communality card and the sustainable lifestyle cards. And
they came to the conclusion that there needs to be a shared common understanding between rural areas and cities and what they can give to each other. An exchange of knowledge, maybe some new practices, how to adapt the efficiency of cities to the rural area, and how to maybe use the creative way of thinking of rural areas in the cities, and so on. Those were the findings in this vision workshop throughout these 4 community of practices. But also we will take these results and go further, dive a little bit deeper as we have done in 3 different cases. But those results are still pending. So we'll tell you all about it in another day. But those are the main takeaways from our vision workshop. Thank you.
I think you can see why we did the 4 regions and why it's so different. And that context has a huge role to play in how we move forward with our policies from here on. And can we move on to TJ, please, on your policies?
Thank you. Well, our task was to go for the policy practice workshop. It was a multi-actor approach. We wanted to have as much as different people as was possible. And the goal of this workshop, as I explained this morning, was to not go into the journey, the innovation journey, all the nice parts, the successes, but what were the flaws, the problems, the hurdles you faced. And that's what we have been discussing. We started in Ireland with this workshop, and we asked for the problems, and it stayed a bit foremost in the problems. We didn't get so much to the solutions. So in that sense, we changed a bit the workshop. And in Slovenia, Italy, and Sweden, we talked much more about what kind of things can we change? What are the solutions? We used all kinds of papers to do so. And it was very nice to have all these discussions. In the beginning, of course, it was asked to think about what are the differences in Ireland, in Slovenia, in Italy, and Sweden. In the beginning, I was kind of thinking, oh, we can do that. But because of this multi-actor approach, there were so many different people sitting on a table. It was kind of difficult to say, yes, this is happening in the western part. Ireland was West Europe, or here it's Nordic Europe. So we see that there are certain themes popping up all the time: culture, community, empowerment, land ownership, but also other topics came and passed by. You heard my summary of the first 3 community of practice this morning, so I won't dive into that again. Today it was more about access of land and communities. So in that sense, other topics which you haven't seen this morning. The discussions were always very lively. It was very nice to hear all the discussions. It was always in a good atmosphere. So we were very pleased with all the outcomes. And you will see that in the policy booklet and the policy briefs, which we are going to work on.
That's super. Thank you, Gertie. I think one of the things that she just mentioned that I want to highlight, and it's the power of the community of practice, is the multi-actor. And we heard today that we can't change gender on our own. Women on our own cannot do this. We need everyone involved. And if we're talking about women in ag and the innovators in rural areas, that is all multi-actors. That is all the stakeholders. And we need that diversity. And we heard that and we've gathered that as Gertie is reflecting in her findings. So I think that's a huge outcome. So thank you so much for those workshops. And can we move on to the benchmarking group, please?
Thank you. I will start by saying that I will only talk about the workshops from a community of practice perspective, and then Ashwin will present the more technical details of the benchmarking which resulted from these workshops. So we as well did workshops. In the first 2 events. They had a different format which aimed at verifying the information we already had from the desk research and from the interviews. And with that data, we created the second benchmarking report. And then we had to reevaluate how do we implement these workshops, because the third and fourth workshops are feeding into the final benchmarking report. So we had to adapt that to reflect the information we already had, the deliverables, and to go more in depth if you want.
but Evelyn will tell you more about that. And I also want to pick up from the multi-actor approach idea that Herdy and Elise mentioned. It was very important for us within this workshop for the community of practice to be built up, to have all types of actors and stakeholders at the same table. So you might have noticed that at each table you had at least one ambassador. We tried to distribute, and it was very valuable for us to also have public authority representatives there, as well as policy and decision makers. Why? Because we wanted these innovative women and the FLIARA Women Ambassador to have the chance to connect directly with this person, as well as with other stakeholders, like, for example, representatives from the LEADER program, from local action groups, other researchers that might be interested in the topic, and so on. This was not just a way to get information from all these people, but also to give back to the women innovators by giving them this chance to establish these connections. And just a very short overview of the feedback we've received so far from these activities. You remember yesterday we did the feedback survey. Well, this is what it serves for us to understand how the impact goes beyond the data that we collect from these workshops. And I want to bring here the fact that many of you have felt as a sense of belonging is enhanced after participating in the community of practice activities, which also implies that some of you felt that you received emotional support from the others. And this is a product that goes well beyond the data and the research. We've also been receiving feedback that it leads this kind of format of events and activities like workshops leads to empowerment and self-empowerment. And of course, to the knowledge and good practices exchange, which again, this kind of multi-actor approach facilitates, to a lot of collaboration initiatives, like we already heard yesterday, that the ambassadors have started their own collaborations beyond our community practice activities, which for us, I think, is one of the greatest realizations. And then, of course, what we want to do with the community of practice and through all these activities is to create a network which endures after the project. So the relationships that we establish here, be it professional, personal, and so on, we would like to see them go on and support you even more in the future.
Thank you, Anastasia. I think there's so much in that I could unpack, but I won't do. But I think at the outset of this, when I was introducing us, I said that the proposals asked us to look for, impact and knowledge transfer. And I think all of that is very clear, that we have had that engagement, we have that knowledge transfer, and the impact is not only visible, it's palpable. You can feel it over the last 2 days, and I think everyone can respond to that. But just to dig a little bit deeper, just to be sure they're doing some work, I do have a few questions that I want to pose to the panel for you to get an insight of where you think this is going. What will we do with it? We have a responsibility to actually respond to the call and to all of you for giving us that work. So I'm going to start with the benchmarking, and I'm going to ask Ashton to respond to this. So you have done a huge amount of work on the benchmark. We heard it in your presentation and in the workshop that those of us were just in. And I guess the question is really, what impact do you think the FLIARA benchmark work could have in the long term?
Yes, that's I guess a key aspect that we're aiming for. And I guess when we discussed benchmarking this morning, we mentioned kind of the need for greater kind of tools, practical tools for assessment of gender in policy contexts. And I guess what the community of practice has done as part of our kind of whole benchmarking journey, I think it's almost been like kind of a litmus test for the findings. We're filtering all of our findings into what our final benchmarking framework will be. And the communities of practice have kind of helped us to evaluate all of the priorities. So there are, I guess, as Anastasia mentioned, we've had a kind of a phased approach to our benchmarking and the relationship with the community of practice. And that resulted in, we had these kind of, I think it's 13 priority areas that we've been working with, and we're having trouble identifying the top ones. And we're kind of very much conscious that we need a usable framework that is kind of tailored to specific contexts, and the community of practice very much helps us to balance all of the ideas. and has brought this kind of idea that we do need a kind of new ethos underpinning maybe entrepreneurship and innovation policy and heightening of the focus on gender equality within that. And the big challenge for us and the impact is that we need to build a usable framework at the European level that's adaptable to different country contexts. And involving the different stakeholders has been key, I think, in what we will produce and its usability in the future. And the other thing, I think, in terms of impact and benchmarking can boil down to something quite simple that maybe we see as a kind of tick box exercise. So it is a kind of a double-edged sword that FLIARA ends, our benchmarking is published, if it gets used and not adapted and taken through time. So we do have kind of a communications challenge here that we publish our framework. We work with our savior of communications, Victor, to get it to the policymakers. But we do need to emphasize that this is a start. This is a minefield. These policy issues are going to change. So it's a very media friendly tool as well, because we can, like the example that we had earlier from the World Benchmarking organization, like they visualize all the results. It's something that grabs media attention, but we also need to go much deeper as well. So there's so many routes for impact, but there is kind of risks within that. And once this goes outside of FLIARA's control, we do need to continue in the various spaces that all of us are working in to make sure the impact is continued into the long term. So.
That's a very comprehensive answer, and I think it does reflect the amount of work that has gone onto this, but it's where we need to be acting. But just on a simple note, I guess, when Ashton says it's gone beyond our control, that's why we have community of practices. We need you to mobilise this. We need to go into those media outlets that Shane mentioned earlier. It needs to get out there, but we need you to get boots on the ground and get to those local politicians, as we heard from the local politician here earlier. We will get the work to the door, and you need to bring it in the door to those that will listen to you. If I can move to the policy group, I guess this is where we need to really find that impact for home. And if we can go to Victory, I guess the question is for all of us. We know we need policy too, so that it can come and trickle down and have that impact at different levels. How have the activities across our 4 community of practice events supported the work of FLIARA in developing our policy proposals?
I'm thinking of the possibility of replicating our workshop methods for your domestic setting, local, national, regional setting. Let me add some elaborations on what Heidi already told you about our previous workshops in 4 different COPs till now. Yes, we discussed programs, challenges, hurdles, and we invited all participants to speak up to explain how they overcome their challenges. So it was a solution-oriented conversation. But then the final question was, which is very important, is what kind of regulation, what kind of policy-wise modification amendment would you like to see as a practitioner? So it's the purpose of asking this question is to verify how well the current policies, funding programs, or any support or any legal framework or national, provincial, regional, municipal policies, whether they work for rural women, whether they work well for rural farmers, female farmers, well or not. So it's kind of to verify the real impact the current policy has on their innovation journey. At the same time, to guide our researchers' direction into future potentials. So what kind of policy interventions, changes do we need to empathize when our FLIARA consortium members write policy briefs and policy booklet? So far, each country's COP community of practice has first of all succeeded to invite right persons in each country. So in Norway, we had many, fantastic Irish, female entrepreneurs and farmers, and also so in Slovenia and Italy, and here in Sweden. So there were the league leaders, so the local action groups and the leader managers, and also some consultants, but also many who are practicing their entrepreneurship, their businesses, and run their funds, and they brought very valuable insights and real lived experiences and stories. And in that way, we could see what kind of loopholes, what kind of blind spots there are, which couldn't be addressed by current policy. So we identified the gaps in those policies, and those results are accumulated within our archives. So basically, all 10 countries of the FLIARA consortium members, we've drafted all the basic policy briefs, and it's being consolidated into the European level of policy briefs, targeting for the 4 subjects, so female innovation, agriculture, and rural development, encompassing the multidimensional concept of sustainability, and the final policy booklet we presented at the final conference in Brussels, which will be held in October. So we will see. So we are now in the phase of policing, draft policy briefs. So it will be done before summer, and we are writing policy booklet also.
Thank you, Marie. I think there's so much time that has gone into all of this. But I think what we need to hear in that is the co-creation of this, that all our work we haven't just done knowledge transfer that we were required to tick the box in the proposal. We moved it from knowledge transfer to knowledge creation, and that is reflected in the co-creation of these policy proposals. Now, I wanted to just to the last question to our groups that were working on the future package, because sustainability is about our future generation. How do we change it for the future? We heard earlier about speed of policy. We know that it doesn't move that quickly. So for our final group, if I can end with you, I want to ask, how can the results of the FLIARA foresight activities impact the pathways for future women innovators, please, Thomas?
Louis, you promised not to ask a difficult question. Maybe I could respond with another question. I could give you maybe 3 hints. First, this word has been said in every presentation today. 2, this type of measure came out as the most promising and most needed type of measure to promote women's contribution to sustainability innovations in the forest activities. Hint 3, it was a rainy Friday evening, maybe, when Maura was walking in the forest, and she made an invention called the FLIARA project. But she needed this to turn it into an innovation. Don't say, how many of you know the word? 1, 2.
Hands going up.
Oh, you have been sleeping when we presented the results. Oh, it's networks.
Very good.
So it's the most promising, most needed type of measure to promote women-led innovations in farming and rural areas. But it's not that simple, because when we asked what's the most important contributor to the possibilities that women have, the result was that women have extensive networks. And when we asked what are the most important obstacles, the topic number 4 was lack of networks. So there's a bit of contradiction, but that's the key. As Heli was presenting today, there are so many types of networks. And that's the thing. For something you need resources, and there are specific networks for that funding. And for something you need knowledge, and then you have to have different types of networks. You have many networks, everybody has, you need access to specific kind of networks. So there are many topics that you will have to address with simple word networks to get on with your innovation. Invention can be done on a Friday evening with a glass of Italian red wine. Innovation needs more wine and more people. We are on the way to develop these results of the foresight activities into policy scenarios in class 5.3. You have all played with the vision cards, which are based on the findings we have. And many of you have also tried to create storylines, ploys for the scenarios. And in the end, I hope after summer we will come up with 5, 6 scenarios, short stories which highlight how women can do different kinds of innovations. And maybe they will work as an inspiration and guidance for the women, for the stakeholders, for the policymakers, how you can reach the sustainability objectives that we have in the future.
Thank you, Thomas. I think that's a great way to celebrate from you. Just from us, from the whole of FLIARA, for the 4 events and from all the work package leads, thank you to everybody who's here and online, and of the 350 who took part in this. We couldn't have done it without you. The output, as you can see, is richer for your contribution, and the impact will literally be louder because of your voice. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you all. I'm so impressed. We are almost on schedule, and it's day 2. The work. It's closing and celebration time. Closing and celebration time, hosted by, and we are on first name basis now, right? Maura and Anastasia. Welcome.
I want to stand up because I think we're a little bit tired. And you might have found on some chairs around you a piece of paper. And to those of you who were in our workshop earlier, I told you that we have a very, very special event, respectively a world premiere, right? Of a song. But before going to the celebration part, I want to remind you and kindly ask you that much like yesterday, when this day ends, I would like you to please fill in the feedback survey, which you can find on the FLIARA webpage, where you can get by scanning the QR code. It will be the survey for the second day. Okay. So what you have there on your chairs is some lyrics for a song. Louise has already given you things, and I will not repeat that. But then there is one aspect that I would like to bring into this before saying some things, which is what we've seen here today and yesterday is some women who are exceptional, who have a lot of strength, who have had networks to support them, and who have thrived, right? And for that, there is all our praise and our support, and even more than we can give them, right? But what I also want to bring to this moment is the idea of all the women who tried, maybe had an idea, but were too afraid to start, who maybe started, but then got overwhelmed at some point, who maybe started, but didn't have enough support to go on. So I want us to remind ourselves that while we do have these models and we promote them, and they are the drivers and the spearheads for women-led innovation, there are many other women out there for whom we are also here, so that they in the future are also able to walk in your footsteps and achieve their goals and their dreams, right? Anyone? We have the special, I will sit down because it's not, I'm not the most important person for this anymore. We have here with us Sonia. You already know her as a FLIARA ambassador. What you should also know is that she's a singer-songwriter, right? You knew that. And this, I want to say this evening because we're so tired, we've done already so much. She will gift us a few songs. One of them is super special because it's a song written for FLIARA. But we will start, and those are the lyrics that you have on your tables. We will start though with another song about a horse. Thomas will love this. So the story behind Ode to the Horse is the following. Ode to the Horse is a song that, according to Sonia, felt like a gift, as if it came from somewhere beyond her. It was the year 2017. She was sitting at the coffee table with her mother and her 100-year-old grandmother, when all of a sudden the words began to flow. In that moment, something awakened. Words began to rise, clear and purposeful. She turned to her mother and said, "Give me a piece of paper and a pen. A song is coming now." The chorus came to her first, ringing vividly in her mind, the very same chorus that we will hear from her now. And you're invited to sing, although those lyrics, you'll have to pay very attention to hear them. In time, this song would become the official anthem of Finland's national horse racing event, Unings Husravi. I tried. Performed before tens of thousands of people, right? Yet at its heart, the song still carries the quiet magic of its origin. The warmth of the three women, three generations, sitting together at the same table, bound forever by their love and shared strength. So, Ode to the Horse is Sonia's tribute to freedom, to horses, and to all those whose spirits soar with the wind, chasing the call of liberty.
Thank you so much. There is so much love in this room right now. Hey, please dance, clap, sing with me. It's rising, I feel strong wings on my back when I'm flying with my unicorn to the forest black. He can feel my spirit. Even from so far, no one can steal our story. The days of frost and sorrow, I have nothing but this freedom. I feel like a dove when I'm flying with my horse through the fields of gold. I want you to hear me singing, cause of this ancient song. Warm wind dries your secret tears, and you can sing along. Vaikka maailma ois musta, selkään siivet saan, kun hevoseni kyytiin jälleen istahdan. Kaukaa nähdessänsä mulle hirnahtaa päivät pakkasillat, meidän tarinaa. Hevoseni harda, kuin kullan himal. Halki metsän, halki pellon, lentää askeleen, lämmin kesätuuli kuivaa kaikki salatut kyynelee. Jag har ingenting förutom allt bara fri,
svingar gränsman glimmar som evig poesi. Genom skogen över fälten flyger stegen med. Varm sommarvind ska stilla gråten jag ger i hemlighet. Oriente, som kan ta libertad, la criniera splende, come loro già, hanno perso posti sopra I campi, volano I passi con me, porta la pace in me. E cui furlan chi mal, al chi versan, al chi perlon, al mi pesaturi curva, al chi gusta I have nothing but this freedom. I feel like a child when I'm flying my rosy to the beats of gold. I want you to hear me singing. God knows His faith and strong. Woven twice your secrets, and you can sing along.
Thank you very much, Sonia. It's just the first one, right? So get your paper, like the napkins close. If you're gonna get more emotional, the way to fight it is to dance or to, but feel free to be emotional. The next song is Baby Ship, What Mercy Is. And its story goes like this. This song, like mercy itself, arrived in an unexpected moment of grace. It was 2017, a particularly heavy and challenging season in Sonia's life. Amid the routines of the ship barn, something unforeseen happened. A lamb was born, unplanned and unannounced. A small, trembling presence entered the world, and with him something shifted. She named him Nod, the Swedish word for mercy. She remembers it vividly, the soft, fragile ba echoing from the stall, and the unmistakable sense that something tender and healing had just stepped into her life. In that moment, mercy wasn't an idea or a prayer. It had a voice, a body, and a name.
But also, they had only weddings.
That was not involved.
Maybe it's not.
a deeper emotional resonance. It was born from shared loss, shared labor, and the strength that binds women and animals across grief and life. The lyrics emerged through a conversation between Sonia and fellow female entrepreneur Tia Ekola, both from southern Ostrobothnia. Around the same time, each of them had said goodbye to a beloved horse, companions who had shaped not only their personal lives, but also their professional callings. Tia's horse, Alma, had played a pivotal role in advancing equine-assisted practices in social pedagogy. Sonia's own horse, Arska, had been deeply wounded in body and in spirit. Yet despite this pain, a relationship formed, one grounded in trust, patience, and silent understanding. In their own ways, both women had witnessed how healing flows not only from human hands, but also through the tender presence of an animal who chooses to stay. Together, Sonia and Thea worked side by side. Sonia in social pedagogical equine activities, in social pedagogical equine activities, and Sonia in equine assisted therapy. Each weaving care into the fabric of their communities. Queen of Love is a tribute to this journey, to the women who create, lead, and heal, to the horses and animals who, despite their own pain, offer us unwavering love, quiet, wise, and unconditional. Tonight, the song is released not just to the world, but into the hearts of those who recognize its truth. This is a celebration of connection across borders, stories, and generations. It is for the FLIARA community of practice, for the change makers, and for the soft-footed, soulful companions who walk beside us. This is Queen of Love.
Right from the start she knew she will change everything, oh yes she will, but not the way you thought. She's gonna give you a lesson how to dance with emotions. You will get everything, everything you need, not the things you think you want. She is the perfect star, my provider, dancing with the wind. Don't deny her, the spirit heals your soul. Don't have to be afraid anymore. She's the queen of love, giving forever, precious gift from God. The wisest teacher tells you are beautiful. Don't have to be ashamed anymore. When the cold wind blows and you think you're all alone, he gives you a chance to dance. Hold love your skeletons until you know you are beloved. So ready to you, everything we have, our hearts never forget. He's the perfect star, my provider, dancing with the wind. Don't deny her, this spirit heals your soul. Don't have to be afraid anymore. She's the queen of love, living forever, a precious gift from God. The wisest teacher tells you are beautiful. Don't have to be ashamed anymore. From the start she knew she will change everything, oh yes she will, but not the way you thought. Thank you. Thank you all, thank you, Fiona, thank you. Thank you so much.
And my artist name is Sonia Ikaros, if you want to go to listen that. And our small record company is Luovuuden Lakeus Records. From Pistenjoki, Finland. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Well done.
So I guess words kind of fall short at this point. So I will pass this hard task to Moran. Also give her also share the last thoughts.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to leave the very last to Annie, our host. I just moments like that are just so special. They're so precious and they're so individual. And I think they really sum up for me and I think for all of us, you know, what kind of a community we have brought together. So Sonia, for such a special moment, thank you so much from each and every one of us. We are indebted to you for such a lovely gift to the FLIARA community, an absolute gift. Thank you so, so much. We'll give her another round of applause. I think when something so unique and individual happens, it just shows the uniqueness of the group that we have created. And in some ways, it takes away, I was just listening and even earlier on at the different people speaking about the workshops that we had. And I think it took away from the fact that this is a European project with money behind it and with everything behind it, you know, the official kind of dumb of all of this that happens. I think that has been removed. It has been removed for me quite a long time ago because this has really been a community of practice. This has been a group of people that have come together with a shared goal, with a shared vision for the future for women in rural areas and in agriculture. And I think that is really what we have created, which is really special. It has surpassed a project to all of us. And I think even when we arrived here in the last couple of days, you start to meet and greet friends, and you start to meet and greet people who are colleagues, but people who are now friends, and people who you have a path with. And I think that is an achievement in itself, and it's a wonderful achievement. Personally for me, for the Galway team that I have behind me, for Louise and Aisling and Shane who's with us today, and from that writing group that we had right at the very beginning, to that bigger partner group that we have, all of the partners who have really shared so much of the FLIARA journey and community of practice journey. For all of the people, I suppose, who worked so diligently over the last few months to put this together. Anastasia, who did so much work behind the scenes. Victor, I think, as we've mentioned him earlier on, from Consortium Europa, who doesn't just do our communications, but is such a part of the team, has been such a part of the community practice as well. So all of those Instagram videos, all of the little clips we see, it's Victor constantly putting us in the limelight. And I think that was some of the words that we had right from the word go with FLIARA: spotlight, highlight, visibility, getting women where they should be. And I think Victor has done such an amazing job for that. Absolutely, the community of practice has become that and so much more. So again, for the people who have worked on that, Anastasia, Victor, our own Galway team, each and every one of the partners who have been involved in the workshops, but the bigger part of FLIARA as well, all of the work that has been going on, everybody has diligently worked on every element of it. So we are absolutely indebted to the partners involved in the project. So we'll give them a good round of applause. When we interviewed 200 women right across the whole of Europe, The biggest task that we had in FLIARA was picking the 20 ambassadors. I had 30 women in Ireland, and I absolutely tossed and turned over it. I definitely think I picked the best 2 at the end of the day, but I did toss and turn over it, as did every single partner, because the women that we interviewed really had such an amazing story and were heroes before we ever touched in their lives. So we really did then have a huge task to pick the 20, but I think we have found 20 amazing women who have really come forward. They have embraced the FLIARA project, the FLIARA program, the FLIARA ethos, and I think that they have delivered that across their own countries, and they have carried the mantle of FLIARA with them. And again, for that, we are really, really grateful to them, because they are the ones now bringing forward our story, and our story of driving and having a vision for women. So to the 20 ambassadors, a number of which we have here today, and thank you so, so much. We're delighted to have you. And I think last but not least, over the 4 journeys we have had, we asked 4 different partners, including ourselves in Galway, to take on the role of running the community of practice. And I have to say, it looks so easy now, and it looks so wonderful, but the amount of work that was gone on in the background with each and every one of those, but most definitely, I think, with the Swedish team over the last few days, the last couple of days, but all of the preparation that went into that, from Annie and her team here that have been working so diligently over the last couple of days and the last number of months. Thank you so, so much. The level of professionalism, the level of energy and vibrancy that we got from the last 2 days really has been fantastic. And I think it was an absolute fitting end to the 4 community of practices that we've had. So again, thank you so much. Just as well, just to thank all of the speakers. I think it was Barbara who said it to me over the last couple of days, that she said in the beginning, she was a little bit wondering, are all of these going to be the same by the time we get to the end? Are they going to be like we've just replicated? And I think what we've done is every one of them have been really, really different. Everybody has brought a different kind of energy and a different agenda to each one of them. And that has been most definite here in Sweden. It was totally different. We had wonderful speakers, as well as all the presentation of the FLIARA work, but wonderful speakers over the last couple of days, and really speakers that energized our thinking and made us think outside the box. And again, I think that was a wonderful part of the event over the last 2 days. So again, well done for that change of agenda, Annie and her team. It was really good. So from me, from all of the partners, from all of you, again, thank you very much. Please, safe journey home. I think the 17th of October is our final conference in Brussels. If you haven't been invited, you possibly will be. You definitely will be. All of the partners we hope will be there, and we're really looking forward to it. Victor is already on the ball, and the emails are flying inviting people. So we're really looking forward to the final work, and of course the final policy agendas as well that we're already working on. So again, Annie and her team, and Kristen, thank you so much as well for the wonderful work that you have done in sharing everything over the last 2 days. You have been, again, so professional, which is absolutely the word that we can use for Sweden at the moment. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to hand you over to Annie for the final word to close us off. And again, Barmila Mohammed.
Yes, so I'm actually not the final one because Justin is the final one. So stick with us a little bit. Well, first I would just like to thank everyone here in the room for coming and for staying on so long today. Thank you so much. And also to Maura and the Galway team for trusting us with this task. It's been really challenging and fun, I must say. But there are also 4 people in this room that we couldn't have done this actually without them. And one of them is Christoph, who came in when everything felt impossible. Christoph came in and was like, yeah, okay. He was like so calm. We were quite stressed. So thank you so much, Christoph.
And the other one is Justin, of course. Hi. Thank you so much for guiding us through these days. And then the other two is Anna and Matthias. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. And now, Justin, you can do your final word.
Yeah, I will below. Thank you for trusting me, for guiding you through these 2 days. It's been an honor. And for the last time, find a way to the glass gallery and the closing reception. And for those of you who like to go out for a dinner, we have provided a list of possible restaurants in the link tree. So finally, I wish you a nice evening and a good travel back home. Thank you.